Bryce? You excited for the second period? I think that much. Thank you. This is my I'm cosplaying as a Ann Arbor commissioner. Oh, then yeah, I was like, I like that. Good, how are you? Good. Have you had time to look at what I sent you? Okay.
Yes, it did my first reading.
Okay.
And.
Yeah, Bernie has a supported housing championship. Yeah, everything is already, so this is the thing, everything that we want, it's actually already being done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and me and Darren want to play around with the mental health, we're keeping about broadening the scope.
I appreciate you.
Specific things, like. I know. I don't know. I think it's.
Hi.
Just wanted to say you didn't have-
Good.
Funding.
Right, how are you?
Whoa.
Yes, actually.
That's what I do. Like, yeah.
Good. Are we ready for a comment? Wait, what's in there? We work hard too.
Okay, it's not a straight drawing, it's a ground.
Yeah.
I was rich.
I'm sure. Congratulations. Well, maybe.
Yeah, yes. So I'm trying to get you started.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no button collars. He looks so good.
No.
All right. Okay, welcome to the May 1st working session. Can I get a roll call, please? Yusuf?
Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeBlanc. Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Here.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Summers.
Here.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, moving on, we're going to start public participation. During working session, members of the audience or online get 1 minute during public comment. You'll get 3 minutes during our regular meeting at 7 p.m. Do we have anybody in the room wishing to give public comment at this time? Anybody in the room? You get 1 minute. Anybody online? Okay, last call for public comment. All right, we'll move on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report this evening.
All right.
No report, Chair.
My mic's not on. Thank you. We're going to move on to discussion items. First up, we have a update from Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me here. Well, I just want to talk for a few minutes about our office as we head into this very historic election cycle, and also talk about what you all as local leaders can do to be a part of educating voters, particularly around early voting in this critical moment for our state and for our democracy. We do have a PowerPoint presentation to talk through our dual goals at the Department of State, which are making government work better for everyone and also ensuring that our democracy works for everyone. So I wanted to start. Oh, this is my flipper. Oh, good. I can control it with a few customer service updates to let you know that this summer, in fact, this week, we have launched a number of self-service stations in Washtenaw County, as well as a mobile branch office that can go anywhere. It's like a food truck, but a branch office. So we've done a lot in the county over the last several years to improve our customer service. We see it as our duty and our responsibility. I'm proud that the average time spent in any of the 3 offices in the county, in Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, or in Chelsea, is 20 minutes or less, and that we also have 5 self-service stations in the county. And we also have assisted a lot of residents, county residents, directly through our Road to Restoration clinics, which Washtenaw County resident Keela Crane from our office, one of our chief legal counsels, has spearheaded and has been a really visionary. We have upcoming clinics all across the state that basically help citizens restore their driver's license privileges, which they are entitled to do under the law, but sometimes don't have the tools or resources to do so. I'm very proud about the clinic we recently held in Brown Chapel AME Church in Ypsilanti, where 51 residents were assisted and were able to get back on the roads. And we have all told over the last year, helped 30,000 Michigan residents get back on the road and help restore their licenses under the Clean Slate Law. And as I mentioned, this week, we launched our 7th mobile branch office. These go all around the state and can show up and bring state services, whether they be voter registration or driver's license or voter state IDs, or simply doing a vehicle transfer. Anything you can do at a branch office, you can do at one of these mobile offices. So a lot of places we go are senior centers, as well as homeless shelters or other places where people are housing insecure. Places where there are residents with disabilities or limited English proficiencies or otherwise have just challenges getting to branch offices. We will be at the Chelsea Retirement Community on May 9th, as well as at the Washtenaw Expungement Fair on May 17th. But if you have other suggestions, other places you'd like us to bring this office at any point, let us know. People can register to vote there. People can get a driver's license there. People can renew a license or a plate, or even transfer a vehicle title. Typically, no wait, easy to access, and right outside the front door of any community that we're visiting. So it'd be open to any other suggestions that you have. We have had some churches request them for Sunday services. We've had various fairs request their presence as well. And I'm also connecting with mayors around the state to find specific things in their communities that we can show up at. Having 7, including one that is just dedicated to the Upper Peninsula, and 3 that are dedicated to Southeast Michigan, enable us to show up anywhere, anytime, and serve residents in need. So do let us know if there are recommendations you have for those mobile offices. The other thing I just want to talk upon briefly is, of course, the upcoming elections. We've got 2 statewide elections this year, as you know, one on August 6th and one on November 8th and November 5th. And we have established our website that we want to make sure you know is your one-stop shop to direct anyone who has questions about elections to michigan.gov/vote. Of course, you've got your great county clerk, Larry Kestenbaum, here as well as some of the best local clerks in the state, like Jackie Beaudry in Ann Arbor, all ready to go for this year. But we need your help getting messages out to voters in your communities and the districts you represent, not just about how to register to vote, and the rules around that, but also around the new voter registration and voting laws. So of course, since 2018, Michiganders can be automatically registered when they get their driver's license. We now have pre-registration being launched this summer to enable 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register and get on the rolls so that when they turn 18, they're automatically able to vote. And we want, of course, everyone to know, as I believe you all do, that you can register and vote up to and on election day itself at your local clerk's office. In addition to that, new this year are more drop boxes all across the state, one for every 15,000 voters. And so many of our clerks have been installing them. Those are all monitored. Those are all checked once a day. And there's video equipment to monitor their security. You can also, of course, return your ballot if you vote from home through the mail. This year, you do not have to pay for postage. And you can also register for the permanent voting from home list so that in advance of every election, you can get your ballot mailed to you and you can register for that list at michigan.gov/vote. Finally, of course, the big headline for this year is 9 days of early voting. And I really encourage you to think about how and what recommendations you have for us to amplify that idea, that option that citizens now have to vote early. There are 2 Saturdays and 2 Sundays and a full week in between in which citizens can vote in person and then skip election day entirely, but having voted ahead of time, make sure their voice is heard. Early voting is also amplified by the fact that now you can transport voters to the polls, to early voting centers, to voting on election day. And we're working with lots of churches and other places where citizens might have need or opportunity for transportation, but would encourage you all to think as well about ways in which that new ability to drive folks to the polls and hire transportation to the polls can be utilized to ensure high voter participation in Washtenaw County. The voter registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, I also mentioned, that's new this year. That enables 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote. We are also going to high schools to do mock elections all across the state. I was at 2 today in Farmington Hills and also in downtown Detroit. And it's really great to connect with these young people who we need to prepare to inherit our democracy about the power of their voice and their vote. And I'll also say the numbers in Michigan bear out to suggest these young voters do have the majority of the electorate in the coming years. In fact, voters aged 18 to 39 are the majority of the electorate in our state. Far too few vote, and that's why a lot of our focus this year will be on getting folks to participate and know their power. And our mock elections in high schools are a way to get some of our youngest citizens into the mix and participating. The last thing I'll just mention is another thing that we have launched this year, which are voter confidence councils. These are groups of leaders from academia, business leaders, sports leaders, and elsewhere that we are equipping with information so that they can be trusted messengers and share factual information about elections. So if any of you are interested in being a part of our local voter confidence council, what this basically means is that we have monthly education sessions where we're doing a deep dive into how we ensure there's no dead people voting, or how we ensure that only eligible citizens are able to get votes and get ballots and cast them, or how we count our ballots on election night, so that you can become experts in our elections, because we know you as local leaders will be getting questions from your residents about different things that they're hearing online. And countering misinformation is one of the biggest challenges we have going into 2024. We know there are going to be attempts to confuse citizens, particularly in communities of color. And with our new election laws, particularly early voting, it's going to be, there's going to be some avenues for citizens to be misled, not to mention the potential for artificial intelligence to create deep fakes, to deceive citizens about their rights. Fortunately, in Michigan, we have passed a law to ban the use of artificial intelligence to intentionally deceive voters about election information. And we do have a way to report that through misinformation@michigan.gov. If you see anything produced with artificial intelligence must also have a disclaimer on it so that the citizen knows it's fake. We hope both of those laws are a starting place to help us prepare citizens to be critical consumers of information when it comes to misinformation heading their way. But we want to make sure you know everything that we know about our preparations so that you can respond to inquiries with confidence that you'll be getting from voters. We know already that a lot of AI attacks have begun, and they will just escalate, particularly in Michigan in the future. And so we want your help in identifying questionable things so that we can rapidly respond and label things as false and seek accountability where necessary under the law. Finally, ways that you can help: be a local voice and a trusted source for accurate election information. Help us know about the voter education needs that you're identifying, places where we can go, gatherings that we could show up at. Encouraging residents to become poll workers is a great way to get them involved. We have a program called Democracy MVP, which recruits and trains poll workers to be deployed throughout the state. Finally, if you're interested in either partnering with us for a mock election in a local school, let us know. Later this year, in preparation for the fall, we'll be releasing a toolkit with a PowerPoint presentation and other modules in case you'd like to host a local election yourself or a mock election yourself to help us reach students all throughout the state. The bottom line is that misinformation is headed our way. We need to be ready to counter it with facts, and you all can be critical in calling out the lies. All our research shows that local officials are some of the most trusted voices in your communities. And so we encourage you to join with us to become fully aware of the rules for voting so that you can help us push back against false information and ensure every citizen knows their rights and their voice and the power of their voice this year. So thank you for letting me stop by, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. Do we have any commissioner comments or questions? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. First off, thanks for having this session at our working session. This is incredible. And Secretary of State, it is wonderful to have you here.
Thanks.
I'm very excited about all the work that you're doing. And I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say nice things about you, because having served with you for 4 years when I was in the legislature, and watching the work that you did, not just to make sure that the people's will was carried out with the ballot measures. First of all, I don't know how we would have done it if we didn't have you as Secretary of State. I can't even imagine how it would have been done if folks from the other party were running things. But, the fact that the voters passed such a wide expansion of voting rights in our state, twice, and that you were at the helm to really make sure that that was carried out, to make sure that, all the things that you just described were, were implemented and protected, but you took it a step further. And that's what I saw in the legislature. You actually had your team out down in the trenches, getting bills passed. A lot of the youth registration stuff that you listed, those are bills that passed because of you and the work that you did with legislators. And so, just kudos to you for, being so, having such a strong compass here and pushing for making sure that every vote truly does count, and really embodying that, taking it to heart, and fighting every single day as you've been in this job to do that. And I also want to give a shout out to Keela, because Keela's amazing. And yeah, round of applause for Keela. We should, because I know the work that Keela does through my fiance Katie, who used to work for you and with Keela, and all the work that you do with the Road to Restoration clinics. It just changes lives. I got to, drive Katie to one of those, and I got to see, the folks that, you were helping. And it was just very moving and impactful. And so to you, Jocelyn, and to you, Keela, both, for being part of that effort and changing people's lives all over the state, every corner of Michigan, not just in the populated areas, going to the rural parts of Michigan, and you're really making an impact. So you're doing incredible work, and the partnership too that you have with our county clerk, Larry, and also Ed, who's there too. Ed deserves a shout out because he's amazing and does so much good work to make sure that we have functional elections in our county, and then to our local clerks as well, like Jackie. So thank you for the work that you do, for fighting the good fight, and for just being an all around amazing public servant.
Thank you, Commissioner. It means a great deal. And we're all in this together. And so I'm grateful for your service and your leadership, and all of you here as well, for the work you do every day to simply just make sure government works well for everyone. And I think that's the responsibility we all share. And it's a great honor to be a part of the work. So I appreciate that. And thank you for recognizing our great team as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary Benson, for being here. I want to say I think it was 2017, I was doing the Emerge program, and you came and talked to us. And I remember being super impressed by you and texting a friend of mine afterwards and being like, watch out for Jocelyn Benson, because she is phenomenal. And you certainly delivered everything I thought you would when I saw you in 2017, when you were talking about running for Secretary of State. And it's been phenomenal to watch.
Thank you.
Well, look, I can't read my own notes that I wrote. This is the indignity of being 51. I would love to think about how can it help be involved in like a local mock elections with high schools. My suspicion is that the high school may do it already, but I did it in high school. Like I am also, as I just told on myself, 51. So when they brought the mock election to my high school in 1988 or 1989, it was like the old lever go in and pull the lever down. But I knew from that moment that I was going to a voting booth every chance I could get. And I followed through with that. When I think about my own son and his friends, who seem pretty politically astute, and I would love to think about how we continue to get them involved. This is the kid one night when I called him to talk to him when he was at his other parents' house, said he couldn't talk to me because he was too busy watching the Iowa caucuses. So I have another little political geek on my hand. It's great. But I want to make sure that we get these young kids like him and his friends thinking about doing these elections, getting involved, and really understanding the fundamental nature of voting is the underpinning of our democracy, and having free and fair elections. And so whatever I can do to help with that, I'm in. And I'm also in for any voter confidence panel locally, et cetera. I think that that's all great work. One of the questions I have for you is that in my day job, I am a nurse in the ICU. I have patients that are there for a very long time, sometimes, certainly much longer than they used to be. And so we have patients that are there for elections, and sometimes patients want to vote,
Mhm.
and I don't know what to tell them and how to do it.
Well,
Any
there's many
advice?
things.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, depending on the local clerk, you can connect with them. Sometimes local clerks will actually bring ballots to hospitals. And they can also be mailed to hospitals, and then they can be returned through the mail. That's the easiest. But there are lots of provisions in place to ensure if someone is physically unable to get to a poll, that they've got other options to vote. The easiest is having the ballot delivered to them. Oftentimes, again, the clerk will bring them the ballot, and they can fill it out and return it, or in lots of other different ways like that. So I would we could bring in the local clerk to the conversation and figure out what can be done there. I don't know, Clerk Kestemov, if you want to add anything to that too, because I know that's something that you've been a part of.
No, I think you pretty well stated it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think Commissioner Hodge has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Benson, for coming out and for sharing all these really interesting and innovative things. I think we will be talking with Commissioner Scott about doing some of these mock elections in the local high schools.
That'd be great.
Heard you speak recently about how under your leadership, Michigan has ranked higher in access to voting. So I just wanted to point that out and give you an opportunity to share what the stats were and what they look like now.
Yeah, I think there are a number of ways, metrics wise, that you can see the success and the growth of democracy in our state over the last few years. When I took office, we were ranked 31st nationally. We are now ranked second, behind only New Mexico, for having the best and healthiest and cleanest elections in the country. And I'm very proud of that. We're coming for number one. The numbers we're not that far behind. But I'm proud at the demonstrable change that we've seen as more people have voted than ever before, and particularly young voters. Michigan was one of 4 states that actually saw an increase in young people voting from 2018 to 2022. And we led the country, we led the nation in the percentage of young people voting in our state in 2022. So we've got lots of provisions in place to keep moving forward, because that number that was led the nation was 37%. And in Michigan, we've got just under 2 million citizens who are who are eligible to vote between the age of 18 and 29. And so if just 37% of them, or 500,000 or so, are voting, we've got a whole chunk of almost over 1 million voters that are not participating, most of which are registered, most of which are not voting. So we've still got work to do. Which is how I look. We recognize and are thankful for the success, but there's always continued work to do. And that's one of the things we'd really love to focus on. It's why we're having mock elections in high schools. That's why we're pushing for pre-registration, because these young citizens stand to inherit the future of our state and our democracy. And we all need to do everything we can to welcome their voices in, amplify them, and help them feel supported and powerful, because they are.
Thank you, Commissioner Beatman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretary Benson, for being here, and apologies for my late entrance. I really appreciate you speaking to the rumors and other items that are coming around the election. I know I'm already receiving emails about security and things of that nature around our upcoming election. I know my peers are as well. So I just really appreciate you addressing that, bringing to light how we can get facts out to voters and have them have that confidence in our system. So thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you all.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, well, I'll just say thank you so much for coming. And I saw you speak recently at the Brotherhood Banquet, and the data that Commissioner Hodge referenced is really amazing work. So I'm excited for Michigan to hopefully be number one soon. Thank you. All right, next up, we have a presentation on the pollution prevention regulation plan from Kristen. I don't know how to say your last name.
Schweighofer.
Swinghofer. Okay.
Just say it fast. It'll sound right.
Yeah,
every
yeah.
time.
Awesome. Well, thank you for
Awesome.
being here.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to bring back to you the updated
pollution prevention regulation. I was before the board about 2 years ago to ask for a pause so that we could update it. And I have a PowerPoint that I think is probably coming up shortly. Perfect. And I have a clicker, right? So I can do that. Awesome. Just wait for it to get into presentation mode. There we go. All right. So again, today, I'm coming back after that 2-year pause to bring an updated regulation for you for your consideration, and a little bit of history. So our pollution prevention regulation started really as the community right to know, which started all the way back in 1986. And in 92, it was renamed the pollution prevention regulation. And our current regulation that we've been implemented has, with its last update, was 30 years ago in 1994. So right before COVID, our staff had said, we really need to take a look at this regulation just to see, is it still doing what we expected it to do? And spoiler alert, it's a great regulation. And we've made some modifications to make it even better, but that was the intent. Then COVID happened. So in 2022, we were ready to kind of move forward with that work again. So that original regulation and the intent was to reduce those catastrophic releases of chemicals and substances that would be lethal to surrounding populations. It's a very unique regulation. We're one of 2 counties in Michigan that have a regulation, and Ingham County's the other one, and they adopted theirs off of ours. So we were really the leader in that. It's also to minimize the likelihood of chronic disease or acute injury from substances released into the air, groundwater, and surface water. So again, really those foundations remain, and they have been to prevent those adverse environmental effects, to allow access to information. And again, in 92 and 94, there really wasn't the internet. So the way we access information is dramatically changed. And also to consolidate at the time a number of environmental programs and packages kind of into one-stop shopping for some of these businesses. And our updated regulation will continue all of those foundations and to do all of those same things. So through our review process, we reached out to as many partners as we could think of, and then a few more indeed, to make sure that we had as many ideas and thoughts around this process, because we aren't the only agency that reviews chemicals, right? The State Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy does some of that work. Our local emergency planning commission does quite a bit of that work. They are required to get all of the extremely hazardous substances submitted to them. Our hazmat and fire response folks are engaged in a lot of this work. They do inspections on many of these facilities. So we wanted to make sure we were capturing as many different partners as possible. And then also thinking about our environmental partners. How can we be more progressive? So engaging the Environmental Commission, our Water Resources Department, and Emergency Management. So through that feedback, we heard that we wanted online reporting and fee payments, right? Again, it's 2024. In environmental health, we took our first online payment about a year and a half ago. So it's not been that long that we've been even able to take online payments. So this was a big thing that we were really trying to move forward with, because we have, at the time it was, like 1,000 businesses submitting paper. We would mail out paper and they would bring paper back to us. It was very labor intensive. So streamlining fee collection, we were looking at having one annual fee, where as opposed to the previous program had a very a la carte fee system. So every service had a different fee, and it was just labor intensive. Our partner said, we want to write one check. We don't want to keep coming back every time you do something. So we heard that, took that to heart. We also heard that even though there are other state agencies doing a lot of this work, they had a lot of value in local inspections. They wanted our input to be out and see, what did we know about our local community? What could we bring to the table? The biggest spill and containment risk that the facilities told us was actually during the loading and unloading of chemicals. They said, once it's in our facility, we feel very confident that we've got it handled. But it's that unloading and loading of chemicals, getting there and leaving there, that has the biggest risk in their minds. And then we knew we needed to identify new and existing facilities, right? This regulation is unique, which means a lot of people don't know about it. So we know that there's facilities out there that haven't been regulated. So working with our townships, villages, and cities to make sure they understand what our role is and to help connect us with those businesses. And then another thing our staff had wanted to see was secondary containment. If people are going to store chemicals outside, we want to make sure that there's a fail-safe. If one container leaks, there's got to be something to capture that
liquid so that it's not contaminating our ground or our groundwater. We also wanted more, our partner agencies, like always, wanted more information sharing. And so we're trying to look through ways to do that. We have an online computer system. I'll talk about that in a minute. Much of the information that we require with our local regulation is also submitted to the LEPC, Local Emergency Planning Commission, and our state partner at Eagle. So trying to also streamline for our businesses so they don't have to fill out 3 different forms to 3 different agencies. Our smaller facilities wanted more education. We wanted to be able to be in there and act more as a consultant in that role to make sure that they understood the best practices. And then thinking about reducing inspections for those that might have certain qualifications or mechanisms in place. So that was kind of the feedback we heard. We made a lot of those changes, although not all of them. One of the things we did recommend to do is increase reporting requirements from 5 gallons to 56 gallons or more. So that someone could have up to a 55-gallon drum or some combination thereof. Previously, they would give us a list of that, but we wouldn't do inspections on those. So in this case, we just want to know who we're doing inspections on. For the last 30 years, we didn't do much with that information of those 5 to 55 gallons. So we felt that it was reasonable to exclude them from the program at this point in time. We're also looking to fix our inspection frequency at about once every 3 years. Our previous regulation had inspection frequencies of annual, every 2 years or every 4 years, and that made it very difficult internally for our staff to figure out how much work are we going to need to do, how much staffing are we going to need to have, as well as budgetary items. We looked at kind of the pros and the cons, and we settled on every 3 years to get us in there often enough so that we could address any changes, but not so often that we're in there every year, and that tends to have its own difficulties. And again, we talked about secondary containment. We really wanted to make sure that we had secondary containment for anything over 55 gallons, and really anything under that shouldn't be stored outside. Internally, we also looked at fees very heavily. We wanted to, again, consolidate into a program fee rather than having a separate inspection fee, a reporting fee, kind of that a la carte system. It's kind of that same idea where people will pay more to buy more items and then not pay for shipping. That's kind of the philosophy we heard from our regulated community. Ability for facilities to submit payments online using our existing software. Again, we didn't have that software in place yet in 2022, so now we do, and we feel more comfortable and confident that we can move in that direction. And then shifting our due date for fee collection as well as reporting to align better with state requirements for these facilities. That way they're getting the information once a year and it's easier for them. Also, we're hoping to not be paperless, because I realize not everybody's online, but we're going to use our existing software to get all of our reporting requirements taken care of. So what does that mean for our regulated community? It's still going to apply to all of our toxic, hazardous, or polluting substances. You know, when we looked at this regulation, its foundation and the writing of it, it's very solid. We're making a lot of changes, but they're relatively minor to modernize the regulation. We have about 2,100 businesses in our database. I would say only about 1,100 of those are active. Most of those are closed. We're one business, they've changed over. Our proposed regulation does slim that down to about 620-ish regulated facilities. Again, a lot of those were the ones that were reporting only. They had less than 55 gallons, so they were just submitting paperwork. It was mostly just a paperwork process that we didn't, we haven't used much of that information. And then there were some other facilities that we would propose to exempt. Oh, this gets real small print here, guys. So who does the regulation exempt? So it's going to be anyone less than 56 gallons or 450 pounds. Smaller quantities will still required to be reported to us if they have what's called an extremely hazardous substance, and that's a legal definition of particularly awful chemicals that can be very dangerous in small quantities. Agricultural operators, that's not new. Agricultural operators have remained exempt. That's part of the Right to Farm Acts. Anything for retail sale, we're not going in and looking at, Target's line of cleaning products. That's just exempt. They're not mixing anything there, so there's a very low risk of concern. Boxed and bagged salt, fuel at retail stations. Fuel is already regulated under other state laws. manufactured items again. And then we also have the continued categories as exempted by the health officer. We had a lot of conversations around things like batteries. We ultimately decided not to exempt batteries as a wholesale because there's just so many new uses for batteries. And while we don't see a lot of issues with them in some of their current forms at like cell towers and different stations, with all of the EV vehicles, we may see different uses and we may have more issues. So we didn't want to include those at this time in a blanket exemption. So what's still the same? Every year, every active facility still has to submit their status sheet to us. That's going to include all of their hazardous stuff. We're going to review that and update our database with any changes. We're going to use our software, or paper forms will be available if that's what folks need to use. That's fine. We're hoping to maybe also accept the same state report that they're already submitting to Eagle, again, so that we're streamlining it for our regulated community. We're going to inspect those facilities about every 3 years. They're also welcome to call us to come out for a consultative inspection. Not a lot of folks take us up on that, but we're always kind of there to say, hey, if you want to run through, or if you have any questions, if you have some new staff that you want to talk through this program with, we're happy to do that. And then anything that's not corrected at time of inspection, we're going to do a follow-up on that. We want to make sure that things are getting corrected, but that might also be through an email or submission of documentation. And then we're also looking to utilize our existing software system and iPads and much more modern features than we've been able to use in the past. All of the categories of information is going to be the same. We're going to do employee hazard communication, waste management, underground storage tank management, emergency planning. We'll still have that nod to the community right to know, making sure that folks understand that there's hazardous materials reporting, illicit discharge, and that's something that's important to our water resources office, chemical storage and housekeeping, and then general comments, anything else we might notice at the time. Enforcement, we're going to, again, continue our same enforcement procedures. Violations need to be corrected on site, or we may do a follow-up inspection. It's really rare for us to have enforcement related to violations. Most of the enforcement we see is because people aren't paying fees. And I will say that's an ongoing challenge because we go to court, we win in court, but we still don't necessarily get the money. So that's still an area where we'd like to see maybe some more strength. But in general, it's a program that works well, and we don't see a lot of ongoing enforcement, especially related to violations. So I think that's kind of a success in terms of people understand the regulation, they want to comply, and we don't see a lot of people who aren't able to comply. So again, kind of doing that side-by-side structure. We're also looking at consolidating our fees. Before we had 5 categories, we're looking at 3 categories. We're also environmental health and public health broadly are doing a fee overhaul to try and consolidate our fee structure. As I mentioned, people did not want to pay multiple fees. So looking at that program fee, and then looking at kind of doing one inspection structure rather than having it be different for different types of facilities. So I will say, I'm not going to get into fees in a lot of depth. We'll come back in the fall with our fee schedule, as we do every year at the health department. But I will say when we did our fees, we did notice that facilities with the smallest quantity were paying significantly less than what it costs to administer the program. And some of the facilities with the largest fee quantities of chemicals were paying more than the current level of effort. So we know that we're going to have to adjust those. Unfortunately, looking at our service levels, that means that we will likely be requiring those smaller facilities to pay quite a bit more than they have in the past. So just a little bit of a history about our fees. This has been a Board of Commissioners priority since the 80s and 90s. The budget in the program was always designed to be covered without the use of general fund monies. So it's a fee-driven program. With the implementation of our new financial system in 2017, we realized that unfortunately, we've had to use our county general fund dollars that the health department is allocated to cover the full cost of this program. The fees have not been supporting it for at least until 2017. It may be longer, but that's when we were first able to kind of discover that change in the intent. It may or may not be related to the cost allocation plan that was unfrozen in 2012, but we do know that that's basically doubled our cap costs over the last 10 years. And so there's just been some higher increases in the cost of the health department doing business on a day-to-day basis. But when we were looking at the fees and what does that mean then for our facilities, they're gonna see the smallest facilities will see like what we're expecting to be about a 258% increase if we hold things as is and have it be a completely fee-driven program. And just for comparison, they were paying about $116 annually for this program, and they're going to move to about $300 annually. So looking at those facilities, we're looking at a staff of about 1.75 FTE. Those are all program staff. We kind of bake in supervisory staff into our general program. So we're not adding any supervisory staff. Again, the current budget assumes a 0 county general fund and about I think our one-year budget is forecasted for about $250,000. And certainly we would could adjust that if our fee structure was changed and general fund was contributed. Here's our three categories of proposed fees. Again, this isn't something you need to think about much tonight. We'll be coming back for our normal fee schedule, but I just wanted to kind of lay it out there because we will have a future ask on addressing some of our challenges around increasing fees. We did go to both the Board of Health and the Environmental Council, and they both endorsed the regulation and its changes at their associated meetings back in March. And our next steps are to bring the updated regulation here today, check. I think later this evening, you have an agenda item to set the public hearing for May 15th. And hopefully, I think the first hearing through the board on the 15th and the final vote on June 5th, again, at the will of the board. We'll then internally work on updating a bunch of software, educational materials, perform facility education and outreach, and then work on implementing the relaunch of the updated regulation to be proposed October 1st, 2024. So we have a lot of internal work to do once this moves forward. So we will be busy all summer long, reaching out to our facilities that are no longer in the program, thanking them and educating them on, if they have any questions, who they can contact, hiring and training our staff on the new regulation. We don't have those staff positions. One position is filled, the other one is not. So we'll have to work on that. Find facilities that have not been in the program before and welcome them to the program, create educational material on the new program highlights and push all that information out. And then certainly engage all of our partners and stakeholders on that new regulation and what they can expect. So that's what I've got for you tonight. Do you have any questions?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kristen. Do we have any questions from board members? Commissioner Hodge.
Not really a question. I just want to say it was even better the second time. And Commissioner Scott might say it's even better the third time.
Thanks for those of you who've listened to it multiple times. I appreciate
Great job.
Well, I would say an actual thing for commissioners to think about the fee structure. That's something we talked about, different forms of that at Board of Health. And you presented at Board of Health before Environmental Council, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I don't think it changed since you presented at Board of Health.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start by thanking you for all of your presentations and for all of the work that you do. I've had the pleasure of working with you for many years, and you do fantastic work. And so thank you for all that you do for the people of Washtenaw County. It's much appreciated. The things, so I know that you kind of heard what I had to say at the Environmental Council, and I guess I didn't process some of the things that you're proposing here the first time I saw the presentation, so I'm glad we're seeing it a second time. So I guess I just had a few questions.
Sure.
When you're talking about reducing the number of regulated businesses, what does that mean? I think I asked this question maybe at the council meeting too. What does that mean in reality? I mean, you're basically cutting it in half.
So if you look at the numbers, we're cutting it in half. If you look at the people we're inspecting, we're exempting those who have less than between 5 gallons and 55 gallons. So logistically, that means that an apartment complex that has a couple of containers of paint and some lawn chemicals are no longer going to be in the program if it's under 55 total gallons.
Okay. So, and the rationale for that is?
Those are not the facilities we saw violations at, nor is it something that, I guess we didn't do any inspections on those facilities. They were considered report only. So they would submit information, we would take it, we would charge them a fee. We didn't really do anything beyond that. They weren't reaching out to us. They aren't something that we had ongoing relationships with.
So is it accurate to say that the reduction, the 438 facilities are all facilities that you never inspected to begin with?
Yes.
Those are all just report only?
Yep.
Okay. And I guess, like, was there a mechanism for when the report came in, were there ever situations where you looked at the report and you were like, something seems fishy here, let's go check it out? Or was it just like, we take it, we file it, and that's it?
I mean, we're reviewing all of the reports, so
Right.
we're taking a look to see, does it like pass the smell test of like, does that make sense for that type of facility?
Right.
You know, did someone forget something and all of a sudden they're trying to say that they have less than 55 gallons? But I think it would be a very rare occasion where we felt that information was inaccurate or that they were really missing something.
What would you say the advantages of having them report still?
So when we had our feedback sessions, we did have one individual who said it makes her job a lot easier if we require her to report the stuff, because then she can go to her labs and facilities under her to require the reporting. I said, we could still require it, even if we're not. But I don't know that there was, we didn't see a lot of value in those facilities continuing to do that. The database is not such that we could search on things or do much with it. So it's just people filing information.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, it's also a lot of work for us to go through and review every year for not a lot of return on that investment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Follow-up question to that is the exemptions list that you have, the slide, which one of those are added and which one of those are existing? Because, like, obviously agricultural operators exist as an exemption, but which one of these have you added?
So we added the retail automotive service stations fuel only because we don't inspect them. And so we wanted to clarify that they have always been exempted by previous policy, but wanted to clarify that. And that was also in alignment with the Am County regulation. So we kind of looked at who they were exempted and made some more alignments there.
So just to clarify that statement, you're saying that currently it's been policy
Correct.
or practice, maybe not policy, either way,
Yeah,
that the county health department does not inspect fuel only.
correct.
Okay. And this
Um,
is codifying that into the policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Same with the self-contained fuel supply used to propel a vehicle. If you happen to have a really big truck with over 55-gallon gas tank, we're not considering that as a separate part of the program.
Okay. And how do you treat that currently?
We didn't inspect it before. We're codifying it now, but
Yeah.
if they happen to have a huge truck and it's part of a facility, we would probably take a look at it as part of the whole.
So the other ones are new then? The 56 gallons, substances contained in food, drugs, cosmetic? is
Nope,
it-
so that's existing. So the substances contained in food, drugs, and tobacco products was existing, agricultural operators was existing, boxed or bagged salt was existing. I think we added oil containing electrical equipment, because again, by policy, we weren't doing inspections on those.
Okay.
Manufactured items was existing, and then as exempted by the health officer was existing.
So basically they were all, other than the size of the container, these were all existing
Correct.
exemptions, either in policy or in practice.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then can you just then delve into the size of the container, or like the volume, total volume, and why that was the volume that you chose, 56 gallons?
We looked at.
It's 5 now, right?
So so right now, we would require reporting of an aggregate amount of 5 gallons to 55 gallons, and then do inspections starting at 56 gallons. So
So this covers all the people that were report only.
correct.
That's why you picked the
Yep.
number, basically. Okay. Okay. Something that I like with this is that you're combining the fees into one. That makes sense to me. As does the single inspection that you're looking for a bunch of different things. That seems just like a good efficiency that you've created with this policy. That's me. Sorry. I'm scrolling on my screen and I'm like, what is that noise? Somebody like banging the gavel on me? Stop talking, Yusuf. Yeah. It's me. I'm gaveling myself. That's okay. Yeah. And then I guess the last thing that I'll say is like, in terms of the fees, and I said this at the environmental council meeting too, but I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the increase in fees for the small operators. And how much, so what are I'm looking at the fee chart now. What are the fees currently? I saw the fees for the small operators go up from like 116 to 300. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the medium-sized ones don't change, basically, stays at 500. And then the big ones, you're doing a reduction.
So we were looking at the cost of the program and to administer the program. And so we'll come back with the fees, but the smaller facilities were paying less than the cost to administer the program. Like, how long does it take us to go out to do an inspection, to schedule the inspection, to do the paperwork, to do the follow-ups? We kind of take in and look at how many hours does that take? What is our cost? Which staff are doing it? And then generate our fees. So
basically the 300 is like the at cost dollar amount. I mean, let me ask you this as more macro.
yeah,
Are we allowed to charge fees that are more than the cost of operating? It has to be less or at, right?
correct.
So for the large operators, based on your assessment, it doesn't cost more than $800.
Correct.
Would it not depend on the facility though? Like if it is a very large facility?
So it's an average, right? Some are going to be a
Yeah.
little more, some are going to be a little bit less. And so we're trying to take the knowledge that we have of the facilities that would be in that fee category, their past history, the staff that have done it, how long they've done it. We do time studies occasionally to say, okay, you know, log every minute you have today and where you spend it and how we do it. And then we're able to kind of get those best guesstimates of how long different activities take.
Okay. All right. And I guess just on that point, what I remember voting on at the environmental council was endorsing the plan, but not necessarily the fee structure because we weren't really presented with that.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna stop asking you questions and I am just gonna quickly say, generally speaking, what I like about this is sort of the consolidation of the fee, consolidation of the inspection. What I'm having a little bit of heartburn about is the fee structure, reducing fees for the large operators. And I'm still not sure how I feel about the reduction. I hear what you're saying with the report only. It doesn't really make as much of a difference. So I'm trying to like process that. But generally speaking, I don't like even the appearance of reducing the regulated environment for businesses that have toxic substances. So I just want to make sure that we're proceeding with extreme caution as we approach this. But I hear your rationale and understand it. I just need to process it. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hodge.
It's a question for Commissioner Robbie, if that's all right. Did you have other thoughts about the fees? Because we talked about that a lot in Board of Health and made changes in Board of Health about the fee structure. So if there were other thoughts, I think it's a good time to discuss it. Okay,
yeah, I mean, so could you just clarify, maybe Kristen, what they currently pay versus what they're $800 is the proposal.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look because I removed all of the conversation around fees out of the presentation.
Okay, so you don't really want us to talk about it right now.
You can talk about it,
Okay.
but that is not what we're voting on tonight. Because that'll come with our fee package when the health department brings our fees, I think this summer for an October 1st start date. Like we do every year, right? We bring a whole fee
Right.
package, but we're doing a bunch of updates as well.
So what you're asking for tonight is a vote on the public hearing on the policy itself, but not on the fees.
Correct.
But we can still talk about the fees for future.
Yeah, we can talk about it later
I mean,
too.
Basically, I'll just say, I guess like, I think what doesn't sit well with me is the idea that like the companies that can most afford to pay for this program are being reduced. And the companies that can probably least afford to pay for it are being increased substantially. And so I'm looking at it more from the lens of like equity in the space of like businesses, their bottom line, and how they're, I mean, $300 isn't that much money, but like, I don't know. I don't know these businesses. I don't know what they're operating on and, you know, but if the business is a large business that's operating with 5,000 plus gallons of toxic substances, feels like, I don't know, feels like maybe we shouldn't reduce their fees, maybe just keep it at what it is. That seems like in our day and age of inflation, maybe that in and of itself could be a benefit. Like, hey, big business, like, we're not gonna increase your fees, like.
I think we had literally that conversation when we talked about it in Board of
Yeah.
Health, and it resulted in some of the changes. I don't know, Commissioner Scott, if you remember more specifically. Well, I know you've seen it many times.
Those are my thoughts, but yeah.
Yes, I was looking at the chair to.
Could she get in
ask
there?
If I could.
You can.
It's really exciting stuff. I mean, it's important.
We
to
did,
say.
we did almost verbatim have that very conversation at the Board of Health. And what Kristen told us then was like the cost of administering for the small companies is actually
More.
You spend more time with the small companies than the large companies. Although I think I said probably exactly the same thing Commissioner Robbie said at that point. So, and I think you heard what we were saying at that. And so I think as we go forward to talk about fees, that will probably come up again, but I think that you're trying to be very thoughtful about this and I appreciate that.
If
Do
I
we
may-
have time to workshop it again in Board of Health before it comes, right, we do before it comes back here again? The fees?
If I may also say that just the cost of the county, the health department doing business as a whole has increased significantly. And so I think that that's why we're seeing the largest increase among those smallest facilities.
I guess, I think to me, it's like the double hit of like the increase to the small ones and the reduction for the big ones. So, I mean, I hear you on the small ones, and I think I'd be more willing to accept that reality if we weren't also giving the big ones a reduction.
So we can talk about this again in Board of Health before we come back here, right? Yeah, yes. We're gonna talk about it again.
Clearly, you love this conversation. It's just, okay,
This is a great conversation. Does anybody else have questions or comments? All right. I don't think we have any items for current or future discussion, so I'll entertain a motion. Awesome. All in favor? All right.
All right. Hey, good evening, everybody. I think it's going to be a great day in Washtenaw County today. It's our May 1st meeting, 7:04. We're going to call the meeting to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Fantastic. All right, Bryce, hit us with a roll call, please.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Present.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, the team's all here. All right, before we move into our public participation section, we have two special items to discuss. And I'm going to ask Commissioners Labar and Robbie to go to the podium, and you'll know what to do once you get there.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner Robbie and I are here today because we have on our agenda a resolution which I think is an insufficient tribute to a remarkable man, Bunyan Bryant. We were fortunate since 1935 in this world to be blessed with his presence. He was an environmental justice leader, a civil rights leader. He was an active civic member of this community and communities really throughout the country, anything that had to do with environmental protection. Commissioner Robbie will talk just a little bit about his experience with Dr. Bryant, but suffice to say, he was a remarkable man that we lost at the end of March. His wonderful wife, Jean Carlberg, former Ann Arbor City Council member. They are Ward 3 residents, longtime Washtenaw County residents. And I did communicate with Jean. She greatly appreciates this tribute tonight to Bunyan. And appreciates the chance to really get to thank him for the fullness of the service he brought to this community throughout his life in any number of facets. And Commissioner Robbie, I'd cede the floor to anything you'd like to add to that, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will be brief, but I just wanted to take an opportunity to add my thoughts and my thanks to Bunyan Bryant and to Jean Carlberg. But, one of the things I want to say is, our community is blessed to have many very smart people in our midst. But Bunyan was one that stood out of the pack for me, not just in his intelligence, but in his activism and in his drive to make a better future for all. And when it comes to the environment, when it comes to understanding how we can have a better future, Bunyan really stood up for his whole career. And even after he had retired, to be a model, to create community and to build towards that vision for how we could all live a sustainable future, how we could create a better environment for all, for future generations. And so as he passes from this world to the next, he leaves behind a deep legacy of activism and service, and he creates for all of us that are coming in this room, in our generations, and the generations that are coming up, and the young people that are coming to this planet to make a difference. He leaves a body of work that inspires us all to do better, to be better, and to build a better planet for even the next generations that are yet to come. So I'm honored to be here and that we could do this tribute to honor such a great person and a great community member, Bunyan Bryant.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if anybody else wants to make any comments. Not yet. Okay, that's okay. So we got one more, and this one I'm doing. All right, come on up to the podium. All right, so I've got a resolution that we do this every year, and it's a resolution to proclaim the week of May 12th, 2024 through May 18th, 2024 as Police and Corrections Officers Week, and May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Washtenaw County. So I'm gonna read it and we'll have an opportunity to chat here. And you can say a few things too if you want. Great. No, it's fun up here. All right, so I'd say we'll start. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the men and women of Washtenaw County's law enforcement agencies provide an essential service to our residents, strive to improve the quality of life in our communities, safeguard individual rights, pursue justice and create public safety and wellness as part of their duty and ongoing mission to protect and serve all of our residents and those working, playing, or visiting Washtenaw County. And whereas the residents of Washtenaw County, the state of Michigan, and these United States should have the opportunity to acknowledge the dedication, commitment, courage, and the exceptional public service of police and corrections officers in Washtenaw County and throughout our great nation. And whereas the County of Washtenaw and the Board of Commissioners wish to recognize and hereby proclaim our deepest gratitude for the bravery of the men and women of the law enforcement agencies in Washtenaw County and the many sacrifices that they and their families make in order to protect and serve the residents of Washtenaw County. And whereas the County of Washtenaw and the Board of Commissioners wishes to honor and proclaim their heartfelt appreciation and respect for all the members of law enforcement agencies throughout our state and these United States, and especially to all the men and women that serve and protect the residents of Washtenaw County. And whereas the County of Washtenaw and the Board of Commissioners wishes during Peace Officers Memorial Week and on Peace Officers Memorial Day in particular, to honor the courage and sacrifice of their loved ones and all those law enforcement officers everywhere who have been injured or lost their lives in the line of duty. And now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby declares the week of May 12th, 2024 through May 18th, 2024 as Police and Correction Officers Week and May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day with a deep appreciation and to honor all police and corrections officers past and present who have served in Washtenaw County and in memory of all police and correction officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice while serving their community and protecting the residents of Washtenaw County. Thank you so much, and feel free to say anything you'd like.
Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners. Don't have a speech prepared. That plaque means a lot to the Sheriff's Office. And I'll definitely make sure I'll hand it over to the Sheriff directly. But it does reflect, how we feel about this and the recognition that you all give us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your service. Yeah. All right. We also have the event on May 15th at 10 a.m. Where one of them is going to be presenting. Yes. So stay tuned for that. 10 a.m. at, remind me the location. Ypsilanti Memorial Park. All right, join us there. Okay, well, those are our special recognitions for today. We ready to move on into some public participation? Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to get a response here. All right. Well, so here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, you get 3 minutes for public participation. If you are in the room, you will join us at the podium and you will state your name, city, or township. I need you to state both for our record. If you forget, I will remind you. We've got a great color-coded system there. Starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and goes to red when your time is up. At that point, I will stop you. If you keep going, I'm going to have to bust up the gavel or one of the other mini gavels we have up here. So please don't do that. I don't want to have to use the gavel unnecessarily. If you are joining us via Zoom, you will hit the raise hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak, and somebody already is doing that. And then I will call on you. You will state your name and your city and township. You will unmute yourself, of course, and then you get your 3 minutes. There's a timer to indicate how much time you have left. If you are joining us via Zoom by phone, you will hit the *9 button to raise your hand. I will call on you. You will hit *6 to unmute yourself. You will state your name, city, or township, and you'll get your 3 minutes. We haven't had anybody call in via Zoom, but I got to say it anyway. So please come on down. Anybody that'd like to give public comment, 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Mary Bowling, and I'm with MSU Extension and our office is located in Scioto Township at 705 North Zeeb Road. And I just wanted to come and say hello today and to give you a little bit of news about MSU Extension. In your packets, you have a draft of our annual report. And so we've got lots of good stuff in there. It's still, there's a couple of missing pieces and we're going to be filling those in, and then we'll make this available on the MSU Extension Washtenaw County website. But a couple of things that I wanted to just bring to your attention. We had over 850 programs last year that Washtenaw County residents participated in. So that was a good number of programs that we saw Washtenaw County residents at. And what you might not know, even though we're located in a different university, great universities here in the county, but with MSU Extension, we actually have 209 people who work for us at Michigan State University who actually live here in Washtenaw County. So thought I'd bring that to your attention. And then we have 4 institutes. So you'll see a page for each one of our institutes with different data from each of those institutes. And we try and include success stories from people who've actually participated in our programs. And so for our health and nutrition, for example, we have a participant, Amber, who just absolutely loved one of our CSA programs at Blue Spring Farms and was able to introduce a lot of different fruits and vegetables to their children and really saw an improvement in the diet of their children and the desire for the children to actually eat more fruits and vegetables. And so that's a good success story to focus there. We also, in our Health and Nutrition Institute, we have an educator housed here in the county who does training for Serve Safe program. If you're familiar with that, all the restaurants and food handlers need to have a certification. And so we do provide a certification program. In fact, we just held one at the office today. So there were about 30 individuals who participated in that program. But last year we had 48 that successfully got their Serve Safe from Washtenaw County. So just wanted to highlight that. And then finally, I'll highlight just a couple of different programs. If you ever get a question from your constituents and you just don't know where to turn, we have an Ask Extension program where you can type in that question and then that will send the question out to everybody who works at the university and we will get an answer back to you. If we don't do it ourselves, we know who to connect people to. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that program. It's a free service. There's no charge for it. And it's simply Ask Extension, and that's on the back page along with the URL that where you can find that. We also have a program here in Washtenaw County where there's soil mailers where people can have their soil tested and all of that. And so
Your
I think
time
we're
is up.
running
I'm
out of
sorry.
time.
We could have you come present
That's okay.
sometime since, as a service we receive, we really appreciate that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yep. And I always forget to mention during the initial spiel, we can't respond immediately. We have to wait until everyone has finished speaking. It's a privilege to hear public comment, but we got to wait to hear all of it before we can respond.
Good evening. My name is Katie Armentrout. I work for MSU Extension here in Scioto Township as well as Zeeb Road. My office actually, like Mary was saying, has 4 institutes. I work for the Community Food and Environment Institute. My title is Community Food Systems Educator, and I also work for the MSU Product Center. So basically what that means is I work with food producers and food consumers to offer programming to bring people together around the local food system. So I also have something in a packet for you. There's a 1-page there that has some programs available to look at. I'm going to highlight a couple of them for you. One of the things that I do at the Product Center is I work with food entrepreneurs, specialty food entrepreneurs. I actually saw one of you had a drink from one of my clients here this evening. But so I'll say that since I joined MSU Extension in late 2022, I have been working with clients offering one-on-one food counseling services. A lot of the programs that I work on has like a wide variety of topics. So grant writing, talking about licensing and regulations for food, product development, packaging and labeling and those things. In 2023, I helped 36 clients bring their product to the market. That was in over 247 one-on-one client sessions, and that brought over $1.2 million back to Washtenaw County food entrepreneurs. That was all in sales. Another big program because of those client services that I've been working on with one of my colleagues is the Selling Food in Michigan Quick Reference Guide. We've put a new tool onto the MSU Extension website that is highlighting a lot of different products, giving some introductory information to new clients. So before they pay the $100 application fee, they can get some really introductory information about how to get their product out to their consumers. I mentioned that I also work with food consumers. And so another program that I've been developing is the My Food Stories curriculum. It's a new online curriculum that will be free. So consumers can go there and learn about their local food system. A lot of what's happening here in Washtenaw County, I'm using as examples for that content. And I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very interesting. All right, anybody else in the room? Come on down. All right. Hello. Name, city,
Hello.
and township.
Cheryl Farmer, 214 North Huron Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan. And I'm here tonight to ask you to say no to any and all requests for money for Growing Hope, Fed Up Ministries, or any collaboration of these two nonprofits. First of all, Growing Hope is a failed nonprofit, and need I remind you that last summer they changed their mission and things went so badly that more than half their board members resigned, and they're still trying to regroup. Last year, there was no farmers market downtown. Instead, there was a small homeless encampment which attracted lawlessness on a scale we had not seen in decades, including open drug dealing, drug use, overdoses requiring ambulance be called multiple times, open alcohol use, intoxication, drunken brawls requiring the police to be called multiple times, heavy panhandling where cars were stopped, where tenants were menaced, where at least in one case, a walker who dared to refuse to give money was pushed to the ground requiring an ER visit. There was open prostitution, solicitation for and open sex. There was open urination, defecation into buckets, which were emptied into the storm sewer, loud music at all times of the day and night. Residents were afraid to walk their grandkids to the library, afraid to go to their parked cars in the evening, afraid to shop at businesses they had patronized for years, for decades even, because they no longer felt safe. After 2 years of COVID and 2 years of street replacement, it was the last straw for some businesses, and we had 3 different businesses close. Others are talking about closing if we have a repeat this year. Second, Growing Hope is a dishonest nonprofit. Last year, they lied on their grant application to the state of Michigan, saying that the Ypsilanti DDA had approved a large grant toward their new mission, when in fact the DDA was unaware of the new mission and had offered them no money. And some of you I know have already seen the letter to Growing Hope from the DDA attorney. Third, there's a plan for Fed Up Ministries to rent space from Growing Hope on this exact same site this summer, but there's still no plan to keep the neighborhood safe from a repeat of last summer. I know because I was at the meeting last week at Back Office Studios where the community asked for answers and got none. So I'm here tonight to ask you to say no to any and all requests for money from Growing Hope, Fed Up Ministries, or any collaboration of these two nonprofits for the foreseeable future. And I would like to specifically ask Justin Hodges to recuse himself from any vote involving Fed Up Ministries, given that it would be a conflict of interest with his wife's involvement in that ministry. At the very least, I would like you to table this issue until the community can be satisfied that there's an actual plan in place that will prevent last summer from repeating this summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's only one of me, so no S at the end of my last name. Anybody else like to come give public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
My name is Shannon Siegert. I don't have a city or township within the county. I am the 2733 vice president. I've come to speak on the fact that the commissioners have brought to light, some of them, about the discrimination and union busting retaliation that's going on within the county. In 2022, this board signed a policy about non-discrimination, workplace things in that policy revolve around being screamed at, verbally assaulted, attacked, feeling unsafe in your workplace, hostile work environment situations, etc. We just lost a member that was terminated in a he said situation where no one witnessed the altercation because he was sworn at, screamed at, and felt he was discriminated racially. I have 7 other instances where the county failed to act on this policy and punishments are coming to the union or to the I'm saying this as sensitively as I can, the non-minorities. So this pattern is starting to either look like union busting, discrimination, or we're just disparately punishing. One client asked for an HR investigation. I say client member. HR did an investigation, sent them an email that said it was closed, there was no hostile work environment, and the person who lodged the complaint was never interviewed. And the email asking why has been sitting for 2 years. There was no response. We have situations where people have been yelled at, verbally assaulted, and my member was moved across the office where their bosses couldn't see the incident happen again. And the non-member who was temporary at the time who did that has now been promoted to management. We've got to do something different. I have 7 instances in less than 3 years. We're not using this policy equitably. We're not using it racially equitably. It's just not. And everyone that's ending up punished, most of them are union members. Non-union members are getting away with verbally assaulting union members. I don't get it. I have all the documentation of all 7 instances. Something's got to change for our members. And I drafted my comments before we saw the packet for tonight. So I want to briefly touch on the fact that Greg is bringing forth the resolution to get our members the money we need in our contract negotiations. And that sits with all of you. You have to reallocate a bucket. Greg and finance can't do anything for us because you've allocated the budget. You've got to move something. You've got to put the workers first before something less important. We're seeing a pattern. And the more I've been with the union, the more of the pattern I see. It's not a good look, guys.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Aaron Cooper, Avalon Housing. Good evening, commissioners, and good evening to the public. I stand before you today just to speak on under the special order of business for this evening. There's a resolution for the setting for the public hearing for the mental health and public safety preservation millage. And I just wanted to educate and inform this body and anyone, on our Zoom, how critical it is for not just Avalon, but our whole housing ecosystem and our partners. We serve about over 800 families in the county. Those are all low-income families earning less than 60% of the area median income here, but more realistically earning less than $20,000 a year. So that service really allows us to continue to serve those families in a way to help reduce some of the health disparities that they suffer from, some of the mental disorders and things that they suffer from, as well as some of the substance abuse. So just wanted to make sure that I brought that up here. I know there'll be a continued discussion, and I'm sure we'll be here to represent. I just wanted to thank you all for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you. A big fan of the red on the tie there. Very nice. All right, come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hi, my name is Ginger Chase and I live in Scioto Township. I'm here to talk about the public safety and mental health millage. The current millage reads as a backdoor way to further fund the sheriff's department under the guise of funding mental health. The public supports mental health and it's being held hostage by funding the sheriff's department. Dozens of people in the last 3 commissioner meetings I've attended implored more funding for the real work of servicing the mental health of the community. We haven't had the kinds of checks and transparency on how the millage has been spent by the sheriff. I have little faith that back-end oversight will be sufficient in meeting the people's real concerns, seeing as $38 million will still go to the sheriff's office in this millage, sold to the community for mental health. It sets a bad precedent. Separate the millage from mental health and public safety and see what the community supports. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hi there. Andrea Pierce from Ypsilanti Township. I see on the agenda, there's going to be a resolution establishing or proclaiming May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. I want to say, I hope that you all will vote for this. Being an Indigenous person in the area, it's really terrifying sometimes for me to realize that so many of Indigenous people disappear, they're murdered, they're just, it's an epidemic, really. And I would really hope that you guys would vote for this to bring awareness to the issue and to let you guys know that at 1188 Juno, I will have a red dress up, which is the insignia or the model that they're having that we use for that. And I'll have a little history lesson on that also, because we need to really try to stop having missing and murdered Indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come on down for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Yes, my name is Roderick Casey. I'm Ypsilanti Township Democratic Delegate, and I'm also Michigan State Central Delegate as well. And I'm here on behalf of my constituents in regard to the recent incident regarding the engineering of the water in the Treasury Department election. I'm here basically to ask and pray that our Board of Commissioners ensure that the county treasurer and water resource department application process be extended for another month. That the accusation and candidates involved in premeditated engineering and undermining the election for the seat of the county treasurer be referred to the Attorney General's office and prevented from participating in the election period, and the current official McClurry and Evans be terminated immediately. And that this board drop a resolution to resolve these matters for the present and also the future. And that I can submit to the state central for legislation to adopt and enact into law. These individuals have thrown in God, the pastors, the race and gender card to justify their violations. One of my constituents even threatened to vote for the opposite political party if you all leave this issue unaddressed. These are some of the most vital seats in the county and should be fielded fair and legally to retain the trust and integrity of the democratic process in this county. So I pray and hope that y'all can make some adjustment by extending this so they cannot commit this so-called, illegal election process. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room, public comment? Come on down.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Schlitt. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti. I'm here also on behalf of Clean Water Action to support the resolution recognizing May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day, and thank the Commission for bringing it forward in the agenda today. The epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous people, especially women, has been ignored by too many U.S. authorities for far too long. As just mentioned, Indigenous communities have observed Red Dress Day to honor the victims and bring awareness to the general public. Governments taking this up represents an important step in public awareness. These tragedies are also especially prevalent during oil or near oil and gas construction sites, where we've seen the disappearance of Indigenous people and crimes committed towards them drastically increase. One tragic example was in the summer of 2021, when Enbridge built the new Line 3 across Minnesota over the clear objections of tribal governments and activists. Sheila Lamb, an Ojibwe Cherokee city leader and member of Minnesota's MMIW task force warned in testimony at the time that extractive industries were linked to human trafficking and disproportionate violence against Indigenous women, and that there's no way that Enbridge or the unions can monitor these workers 24/7 and hold their hands. Unfortunately, she was proven to be correct. During the expansion, several contractors ended up being arrested and charged with sexual crimes and trafficking. This resolution is especially relevant in Michigan today, given the planned construction by Enbridge of the oil tunnel underneath the Great Lakes for Line 5. This proposed tunnel would put our Great Lakes at risk and exacerbate the climate crisis, and is a major concern to the public, especially here in Washtenaw County. And the potential increase in danger to Indigenous people, again, particularly women, that would likely come along with a tunnel construction deserves greater analysis. It is imperative that Michigan public be aware and understand this threat, and we thank the commission for considering this resolution and strongly urge all members to vote in favor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hi there, my name is Abigail Allman. I live in Ypsilanti Township. I am also the AFSCME 2733 Unit A chapter chair. I just want to take this opportunity briefly to say Happy International Workers' Day, Happy May Day. We live in an extremely rich area for labor history, and I do not take that lightly. And I feel very honored to know labor leaders and work closely with labor leaders and to learn from them and to use today to honor our history. And I came here today specifically for a labor issue to talk about one of the resolutions in the packet today. I was able to look at the resolution a little bit today and read it over, kind of congruent and compare with what we've been talking about in contract negotiations. I would be interested to hear from the Board of Commissioners, maybe a more robust resolution or some more information regarding what we are doing for our long-term workers and, to think of creative solutions within that budgeting and, the resolutions that we are going to bring forth to honor their service to the county. Because as a new worker, right, I stand to benefit, but I am personally and, the union is not willing to let our longstanding workers fall to the wayside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Good evening, commissioners. All right, had you on my phone. My name is Mary Campbell. I do not live in Washtenaw County. I can't afford to live in Washtenaw County. I work for Washtenaw County's IT department, and I'm the president of AFSCME's Local 2733. Thank you for your time tonight and hearing some of the county staff as well as my own issues regarding contract negotiation and the wage proposal that is on the table and the resolution before you tonight. This resolution is very vague on what the employer is actually offering its employees. Anyone who is not sitting in on these negotiations would just think that they are offering a 9% structural increase for all employees, but this is not accurate. The employer's current offer on the table is beneficial for the newer employees who have been here for maybe 1 to 7 years or less, but not those longer-term employees who have been here for 8 or more years, who will maybe get a 3% structural increase, but nothing after that, and that's a maybe. Is this how we are to treat our employees who have given a good chunk of their lives to service for Washtenaw County? The resolution mentions the implementation of the unified pay plan from the MAG salary study and the compression issues it creates and continues to create. This is a real issue. There are employees in the same job classifications who have worked at the county for a couple of years or less, who are making almost as much as someone who has been here more years than them. Short staffing and critical staffing is not just in the nursing department. While I support my fellow nurses and their plight with short critical staffing due to salary issues, this is rampant through the county in multiple departments. The current resolution before you for reallocation of resources to prioritize additional structural increases for employees is certainly something I encourage you to pass. But the clarification on whether this is a structural increase for all employees and not just those that are not over the top of their outdated and underpaid salary ranges needs to be clarified. I implore the commissioners to reallocate funding from other sources of less importance and let all the county employees know you value their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Got people jumping up all over the place. Name, city, or township.
My name is Danielle Dix. I live in Lenawee County, but I work for Washtenaw County Community Mental Health. And we received at CMH the packet with the resolutions today, and the vibe in the office was certainly frustration to see these proposed lump sum amounts of money without any sort of long-term sustainable growth in our salaries. And, you know, we're all aware that the cost of living keeps increasing. This bargaining unit still has no new contract, which expired January 1st. So we have been 5 months into the year without any increase to our salary while this negotiating continues to happen. And it's frustrating to think that the longer I stay with the county right now, there's no incentive to stay with the county, because after, you know, a short number of years, 8, 9, 10 years, the incentives to continue to stay working with the county sort of disappear. So these lump sum bonus amounts of money right now from the surplus in the county budget sound great in the short term, but we need some long-term sustainable increases to incentivize new employees and to retain employees in our understaffed workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Well, I know there are. Just jumping out from every angle. Who's going to be first? Oh, all right. Please, not all at once. Control yourselves.
It's a fight.
All right, name, city, or township.
Cynthia Price, Ann Arbor. I just wanted to make a brief comment about the public safety and community mental health millage. I'll save, you know, the bulk of my remarks for May 15th, but I appreciate the gentleman from Avalon making the correlation with the homeless population and mental health. I mean, it's amazing how widespread that is in the population that I serve. And for right now, all I want to say is, as someone else brought up, I think that it's critical that there be transparency about the way that the sheriff's department spends the money. And I've seen some recent proposed wording that I think y'all came up with, and it seems like it's kind of headed in that direction. I believe the original millage reads, but it's fairly ambiguous, reads that the sheriff's department is to work in collaboration with community mental health. I would like to see, you know, feet held to the fire a little bit more about that. Like I said, I'm sure you'll hear from me again on May 15th. Thank you.
We will look forward to May 15th. Come on. Name, city, or township.
Nancy Hine, employee here, long-term employee here at the county, also live in the city of Ypsilanti. President of AFSCME Local 3052, and I just have one of my negotiating team members here standing with me tonight. I wanted to make sure I came to this evening to speak about that resolution, reallocating resources for prioritization of additional structural increases for employees that you will be discussing and voting on tonight. I actually rise to support this resolution and would hope that you commissioners will unanimously support and vote affirmatively for the additional allocation of funds so that the unions may complete their contract negotiations with a fair wage package for all members. We have been working without contracts since the end of 2023. Unfortunately, we are hearing this additional funding is not enough to give all county workers a full 8 to 9% structural raise as outlined in this resolution. We are also hearing that this additional funding may exclude some union members from getting anything more than perhaps a 2 to 3% structural raise that has already been embedded with the wage offers based on the significant property tax increase. To get a little bit more explicit, those who would receive the least are the long-term employees who are at or near the top of their pay scales. In addition, the anniversary raises that some of our members are receiving should not be included in this structural raise equation, as those raises were already built into the budget assumption for this year and next year. We also understand that some of our union siblings are working in programs that are unable to provide some mandated or continuous services to the public because of the very high turnover within those programs. No staff to do the work. I think we are all on the same page with the fact that county workers' salaries are nowhere near competitive with other like organizations. These wage inequities can be traced back to union worker wage concessions made more than 10 years ago at this county. Agreeing to allow some of these workers to obtain a faster salary review is very much supported by my union, but is also contingent on the agreement to any wage offer the county presents to us. In solidarity, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Well, we will turn to our friends online then. Ashley, who do we have online?
First, we have Danny Hoover.
Danny Hoover, please state your name and city or township.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Hoover. I am participating remotely from Monroe County, where I live. I am speaking as a citizen. I'm not representing Washtenaw County or Washtenaw County Community Mental Health. I would ask respectfully that the commissioners please vote affirmatively on this compensation resolution. As a supervisor working in adult IDD services, I'm responsible to supervise numerous case managers, and we have other supportive staff on our team, and they all really deserve this, and that kind of thing will keep people there, and we would appreciate in advance of your approval for that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else do we have online?
Next, we have Eric McCleary.
Eric McCleary, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, my name's Eric McCleary. I live in Ypsilanti. I'm calling in support of the resolution to bring awareness to missing and murdered Indigenous women. It is a historic issue that's happened across this country since its inception. And if we're to draw attention and build justice, we have to start with these first affected communities that are being victimized. Thank you for this council's work to draw attention to that and supporting that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else online?
Next, we have Nancy.
Nancy, please state your first and last name and city or township.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Kroll, and I am from Milan, Washtenaw County. I am also a 23-year employee of Washtenaw County. I'm here tonight in support of my AFSCME brothers and sisters, and asking that the county continue to respectfully bargain, diligently work with our bargaining unit so that we can get our contract ratified. I'm also here tonight to bring light to the parking lot situation in the back of the courthouse, the downtown courthouse, that is. When our lot was resurfaced in 2023, there was 5, prior to the 2023 resurfacing, there was 5 handicap spots. After the resurfacing happened, they removed one of the 5 handicap parking spots. Then during this last winter, another handicap spot was removed. So currently, there are only 3 handicap parking spots for all of the employees of the entire courthouse. And I know just in my department alone, there are more than 4 handicap drivers that one have been a longtime employee of Washtenaw County and has been enabled to be able to, as a reward, to be able to use that back parking lot. But, you know, we're now down to 3, 4 in just the front of the court offices alone, and that doesn't count for the rest of the building. It's my understanding also that the employees that park at Towner, Ellsworth, Hogback, and whatnot are not charged the monthly parking fee of $20 because they're parking on county property. However, those most senior employees down at the courthouse that have received that little perk of parking in the back parking lot, we continue to pay the $20 parking place fee when it's not across the board with the county. So I would like to also encourage you to work to resolve that and have those downtown employees that are able to park in the back parking lot to have their $20 fee removed. That is all I need to, that's all I'm here for tonight. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Anna Taylor McCants.
Anna Taylor McCants, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, everyone. I am Pastor Anna Taylor McCants. I live in Ypsilanti Township. I'm also the pastor and can you guys still hear me? I just got a beep.
Yes,
you
we
guys
can hear
can
you.
hear me. Okay, cool. I'm the pastor and executive director of Fed Up Ministries. I just need to go on record and correct some misinformation about Fed Up and Growing Hope. Y'all, we love money. We love money. Listen to me. We're a nonprofit, right? But I'm not sure why our name was mentioned because we haven't applied for any money from the county. If you guys do find some money, we'll always take it. But like I said, we're not asking for money right now. I just want to say, I'm not sure if Growing Hope's ED is able to be on tonight and speak, but I was listening and want to be sure that you all know that the mission and the mission statement for Growing Hope has not ever changed over the last year. I'm not sure why people keep saying that, but there's no basis for it. It's a blatant lie. We are aware of the climate of last summer when we were not using that space. We were there for 2 hours, 1 day a week last year, but this year we are renting space. We're going to be there 5 to 7 days a week and running more services than just our meal program from that parking lot. Many of you all are well aware that vacant buildings inadvertently provide shelter and power and water and community for people who are unsheltered and are lacking basic resources. But our hope is that by occupying this space, we will activate it, the community will respect it, and people will be able to come and receive essential services like meals and showers. So thanks for listening. In the future, I would ask that Cheryl Farmer come and speak to me directly to avoid this misinformation. She was at the meeting that we hosted with business owners, but she didn't stay after to continue asking questions. I'm not sure what was not clear, but I'm always open for conversation to help provide clarity for her or anyone in the community, and especially any of the commissioners that ever have any concerns. Many of you have already reached out to me, the city of Ypsi, the mayor. We're continuing to have great conversation about what's going on. So I do think people are not uninformed about it. But if anyone does have more questions, please email me, Pastor Anna at fedupministries.org, and we'll set up a coffee meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Lee Ann Smith.
All right, Leanne Smith, name, city or township. We can't hear you. If you're attempting to speak, please unmute yourself by hitting the unmute button. We're going to come back. I'm sure we have other people online.
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Elaine Gordon.
Elaine Gordon, name, city or township.
Hi, my name is Elaine Gordon, and I'm from Pittsfield Township. And I'm also here to talk about the allocation resolution. So I work for the trial court, and I really just don't understand how you guys can tell us you don't have money for serious structural increases for union members across the board. Like, of course, I support the nurses and they absolutely need the increase, But we were here in July of last year with serious concerns. Many union members spoke about how underpaid we still are and how poorly the MAG study was implemented. And nothing has happened since then, except the administrators have gotten huge structural raises. The Board of Commissioners has raises. The court leadership had large 12% structural increases. But I don't understand. Where's the money for ours? I mean, you found it for yourselves. And the last I checked, aren't half of you currently under investigation for overspending your flex accounts? And isn't the equity office under investigation for spending over $100,000 on conferences? Listen, there is money to give us all fair, equitable increases without being a lump sum, because that is just a fleeting payment. And about a third of it goes to taxes anyways. So you're not doing anything to help us. It's just patronizing, honestly. It does nothing for equity and living wages that you guys are so excited to tell us that you're giving us. Yeah, so maybe you could look in your own paychecks to find some of this extra money.
All right, thank you. Is anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Let's try Leanne Smith again.
Leanne Smith, we're gonna give you a round 2 try here.
Hi there, can you hear me?
You hear it very clear. That's crisp audio there.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. I am here as a proud member of ASME Local 2733. I'm a part of an amazing team working at the trial court in the probate and juvenile courts. I understand that contract negotiations can be extremely difficult and time-consuming, all while trying to remember what is truly important, the hardworking members of all of our unions. What contract negotiations boil down to is this: what is in the best interest of membership and management, being the county, and how can resolutions be achieved to satisfy everyone involved? The bottom line, management doesn't want to give up more than you feel you should, or they feel they should. Membership doesn't want to accept less than a fair and equitable contract. How do we come to an agreement, to an understanding? There has to be give and take. There has to be concessions, along with gains and sometimes acceptance that things cannot or will not change. We are living in uncertain times, economically, socially, and politically. These uncertain times have caused an influx of Washtenaw County residents who would not normally require special services such as those afforded by CMH, by our wonderful nurses, and seeking assistance through the courts with guardianships, conservatorships, estates, child support issues, PPOs, and they all come to seek the assistance of Washtenaw County and everyone employed within. How can we, as employees of the county, better assist the mass amounts of our community members, your community members, when we are grossly understaffed? As employees, we do the best we can, but it's not nearly what we could do if circumstances were different and departments were staffed accordingly. Can you imagine the impact we could make in our community if every area of the county were fully staffed? How can we, management and union membership, achieve this? We need to start by giving new hires a reason to want to work for Washtenaw County. They need a stronger starting wage. We need yearly COLA increases. All of this is involved in the negotiations that are going on right now, including retirement vesting, work-life balance, holidays, personal time, employee retention, offering wages and benefit packages that are competitive or above competitive with our county, nearby counties. Make Washtenaw County the employer that everyone wants to work for. That's how we do this. The cost of living and inflation have gone up and keeps rising with an unknown plateau. Our wages must reflect the increases in cost of living. Our benefits must reflect those of valued employees.
Your
Our
time is
job.
up. I don't
Uh,
believe you stated your city or township. I think I need that.
Oh, I apologize. I live in Livingston County, but I work for Washtenaw County.
All right, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Have a good night. And to all a good night.
Next, we have Mary Elizabeth Jordan Buzzard.
All right, name, city or township.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Julius Buzzard, calling in from Ypsilanti Township in Washtenaw County. I am also the executive director at Growing Hope. I wanted to call in support, obviously, of the recommendations made for the new human services. All of them, I think that they're all great work.
Julius, you're breaking up.
Specifically for the work that we,
Restate what you just said. You were cutting
can you
out.
hear me still?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was saying, calling in support for the new human services partnership mini grant recommendations. All of the organizations, I think our organization is doing phenomenal work for the, for our application specifically. Again, just want to support the process and community being a part of that. The work that we are being supported through that program is at the core of the work that we do as an organization, supporting our local food system, specifically supporting local folks to be able to interact with food and the food system in as intimate and as equitable of ways as they can or want to through home and vegetable gardening, education opportunities for young folks in different spaces, and ensuring that local produce is accessible for everybody in our community. This is at the heart of the work that we do as an organization. It always has been and always will be. It is at the heart of the work that we've been doing, obviously, for the past 20 years, but even over the past year, through all of the turmoil that I know that you've heard, probably more so last season, but I'm sure have heard tonight about as well in our downtown space, which again is separate really from any of this funding. Work that we strive to do and are proud of and continue to do to ensure that we're employing young folks within our community with leadership opportunities, that we are helping folks grow gardens, and that we are growing and distributing over 5,000 pounds of produce. All work that we, again, have been doing, continue to do, and do even through, this past year, both with what has happened, occurred in our downtown space, but more specifically what has occurred at the same time that we are navigating continual backlash and or harassment personally, professionally, and in our home spaces as individuals from various community members who have access to some of that information. So thank you for the consideration. Thank you for putting forward this process that puts community first and doing this work with all of us.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Alicia Dyer.
Alicia Dyer, state your name and city or township.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Alicia Dyer, Scioto Township. I want to first off apologize for not being able to make it in person today, but we'll stay present virtually. I want to thank you all for recognizing our first responders in law enforcement and corrections for in honor of Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day. While I've made it no secret, I am, let's just say, not enthused with the current Sheriff's Office administration. It doesn't take away from the hard work and dedication I've observed from my fellow officers I used to work with. They don't get enough support, especially for their mental health, which I've been pretty public about. It's also May Day today, and I want to shout out our workers who do so much. As someone running for sheriff endorsed by AFSCME, I stand in solidarity with AFSCME in fighting for better equitable salary increases and treatment. I've seen AFSCME workers while I was policing struggling, providing services to people that really need them, and supporting them should be a huge priority. And lastly, I want to shout out We Rock and all the organizers that have been involved in fighting for more accountability regarding the sheriff's office portion of the mental health and public safety millage. I've looked at the draft ordinance and it's a step in the right direction. And I hope we can continue to talk about this and welcome community voices. If this millage is renewed and it's not separated, I want to make it clear that as sheriff, I'll use the funds for mental health and front-end prevention programs to ensure we are addressing solutions to safety beyond traditional law enforcement. I also want to say I've been talking to a lot of people in our rural communities, and I recognize that we have a high police.
You're
service
campaigning
unit
now?
cost.
You're not allowed to do that, I'm told.
Huh?
Is that accurate, Corp Counsel?
Well, I'm talking about the police service unit cost, which is related to the public safety and mental health millage.
I'm being told, hold on, we're going to stop your clock here because I'm being told two
Okay.
different things. So hold
All
on.
right.
Fine, let me consult the- All right, rewind the clock. You may campaign to your heart's content. You can say whatever you'd like in the 3 minutes, unfortunately, for people that don't like campaigning during public comment. But, you know, when I gabbled the person at the last meeting, that was because it was in violation of the public hearing, not public comment. I apologize for interrupting you.
All right.
Kick it back. How much time does she got left, Andrew?
It was, Chair, it was 1:24. I'd say going back an additional 10 seconds would be fair.
I will give you your 10 seconds.
Appreciate it. All right. I just want to say I recognize that the high police service unit cost for contracting especially burdens townships, and that's come up a lot with the public safety and mental health millage. I think that we can make revisions to this millage as exemplified in this new ordinance without hurting the rural areas. And I want to say I support that. My goal as someone running for sheriff, regardless of the millage, is to find ways to make our police service unit costs more affordable. I think the high cost in general is a problem, and we need to do an analysis on why the police service unit cost is where it's at. And I will fight to ensure that we don't price out rural townships. I bring this up because that has come up a lot in the listening tours that we've been doing around the public safety and mental health millage. So again, I want to thank you all, and that will conclude my comment.
I apologize again for interrupting you. We will look
No
forward
problem.
to your comment on the 15th. As long as it's not during the public hearing, you can say whatever you want. That's true for everybody else. Camera's not pointing at me, but I'm pointing at the camera. All right. Who else we got?
Next, we have Loki Ivy.
All right. Name, city, or township.
Hi, my name is Loki Ivy, and I live in Ypsilanti Township. And I am here to talk about the mental health millage. I would like to not rush through the mental health millage. I would like it to go through later. I would also like to decouple the mental health millage with the public safety part of the public health millage. I feel like having the two intertwined is really not in the best interest of the community. We have so many great programs in the community that are addressing mental health that could use more support. And the sheriff's department is sitting on a $6 million surplus. There's not a lot of accountability from the sheriff's department at how they're using that money. And I feel like they are given enough money to deal with that. And mental health is kind of on the wayside of where we're spending our money. And that whole mental health grant money should go towards mental health and not towards towards policing. People with mental health issues are not in need of more policing and we do not need to be protected against them. We need more support. Working in the schools with these children, and I'm not here in representing the schools right now. I'm here as a township resident, but working so closely with students and knowing how slim the resources are to get these kids the services they need is just heartbreaking. And it would be so great if we had these services that are available now funded to the capacity that they could actually do some great change and not just be spinning their wheels and just hoping that they can do the best that they can. And this money could really make some great change. And I wish that we could put it where it would really make a big difference in the lives of so many people around here. There's some groups that are doing some really great things, and they are the ones that deserve the money. So I just would like to kick the millage down to later, to vote on it later. I don't know why we're pushing it forward, and I would like to spend the money not on policing and put it where it actually belongs. That's it.
All right, thank you. Oh, that's loud. Oops. Bit loud there. Anybody else? That's it. Okay. All right, we're going to continue. Now we move to response by commissioners to public participation. I'll start off. I'd like to say, always happy to have the public come out and speak. I know it's sometimes very challenging to, approach a body like this and share your thoughts. Thank you to those that tuned in live via Zoom to chat with us. Always looking forward to that. I got a couple of things I will respond to first. First one I will respond to is I need no reminder on what I need to recuse myself from. I have always recused myself from any vote that would be inappropriate for me to vote on, as has everyone else on this board. I find it particularly disturbing when elected or former elected officials come and make statements like that. I interpret that as an attack on my ethics, and I wouldn't tolerate that attacks like that against any of my colleagues here. I'm just gonna have to say something about it. I try not to make a point. I try to make a point to not publicly attack elected officials or former elected officials. And I found that the behavior of the person that decided to leave before we could respond or vote on the item that the person had so many concerns about disturbing and disgusting. I don't usually, make comments like this, but happy to have a conversation. You can find video of me recusing myself from things that I have a conflict for, as you can for anybody else around this table. So please don't impugn my ethics. Happy to have a conversation with you about it. Great. Other items that we have. I want to address the continued comments that we get around separating the millage or decoupling the millage. Like, this is the thing. That is not an option. That's not how this works. You can't take a millage and then break it into pieces. You may not like the public safety and mental health millage, or maybe you really do like it. I just want to tell you logistically, as we've said before, and I'm not going to get into any of the specifics about it because we've had public hearings and other conversations about it. My colleagues may want to address that further. I just want to say, for people that continue to ask us to decouple it, that is not a thing that's within our ability to do. What really you're asking for would be for us to create a new millage that focuses just on mental health. That is very different than a conversation around decoupling an existing millage. There are a number of reasons why one might want that or one would not want that. And our board has continued to have conversations around renewal of the existing millage. But I just want to be clear from a logistics perspective, decoupling it is not a thing that is possible. It would be creating a new millage. And that has opens up the door to a whole host of other kinds of conversations. So, as I said, you may not like the millage as it is. And if you're still trying to form an opinion about it, I want to be clear that we cannot decouple it. To the labor item, we will be going into closed session to have further discussion about it, and then we will come back and have more open discussion about it, and I will reserve my comments at that point. But I think that moving forward on the item on our agenda is really what's needed for us to get further with negotiations. With that, would any of my colleagues like to respond to public participation? Anybody? Commissioner Robbie slowly raising his hand. Go ahead, bud.
Sure. Got a couple things I wanted to say. First of all, I would like to say, in response to those that came out to talk about the millage, and I'm only saying this because of what you just said, Chair, slightly different take on it than you just expressed, but the way that I'm hearing what the public is saying is that they want a new millage. And I think what you just described is a matter of technicality and semantics, but what I'm hearing from folks is that they would like something new proposed that doesn't involve funding for the sheriff's office. And so I hear what you're saying and understand it. And I just wanted to say that that's, at least for me, how I'm hearing what the public is expressing. Maybe I'm wrong and I can talk to folks afterwards, but I think that that's what they're trying to say. On the employee pay issue, I know we're going to talk about this later in the meeting, so I'm going to make some general remarks. I want to thank all the employees that came out today to actually speak up on this issue. I think this is of critical importance. And some of the comments that were made about Commissioner and administrative salaries. This is exactly why I advocated for us to wait on those until after we had these contracts done. Because I think it would have been a lot more fair if we got the contracts done first and then, or all together, and treated compensation as a full package and not just as we're going to take care of the top of the organization. And then, you know, obviously now we're in May and still don't have a contract with the vast majority of our workers. And so, but we're here now where we are, and we have to listen. And I think one of the things that I really took from the comments that were made today and the comments that have been made at many past meetings is that retention is going to be an issue for us. It's going to continue to be an issue for us. And in the employees that I've talked to at the organization who have spoken about the salaries that they currently are working under, you know, frankly, I really heard when staff were speaking to the fact that, you know, you've been working for the county for however many years you have been with limited salary growth already. And here we are at the end of a 10-year budget or a 10-year contract. And your hope is that, you know, I mean, you can only last for so long with the meager salary increases that you get with the meager salaries that you have. And this was sort of the light at the end of the tunnel that you were thinking, this is an opportunity that we can like actually get a salary increase that's meaningful that I can like pay the bills with, because you're giving me a 1% increase, but my rent just went up like 50%, you know? And so as inflation is hitting us all, you know, our wages aren't keeping up. And this light at the end of the tunnel is slowly dimming, I feel like, as that's what I'm hearing. It maybe not even slowly, but is rapidly dimming for people, because there's a feeling that, you know, we've suffered through all these years of low salaries, and now we can't even get the light at the end of the tunnel. And so I really hear that, and I feel the pain and anguish that you're, you know, bringing forward. And I do think that, frankly, like as leaders of the organization, if you don't want to be empathetic to those stories, then think about it in the organizational sense of how do we create a sustainable organization when our staff are saying this? Like, they are going to leave, and then it's not going to be them saying it. It's going to be the next round of staff that come in that are going to be saying it, if we can even hire anybody. And so this isn't about like paying. If you don't want to think about this from like the human perspective, if you don't want to think about this from the, you know, we need to take care of the people that have been working on the front lines of our organization perspective, think about it from the organizational perspective of how do we have a functional organization without staff that want to actually work here, and where you can't actually attract people to work here. And I've said this, I'm a broken record, but when I started at the county in 2011, we had good benefits. We had a pension, we had retiree health care. We had things that kept people in the county, even with the low salaries. People didn't get paid very much, but they knew that when they retired, they would retire with dignity, with a pension, with health care paid for, and our healthcare expenses were a lot lower for employees. Well, even when those were eliminated in 2013, the bargain that was talked about at the time is, okay, we're going to remove those benefits, but we're going to replace it with better salaries. That was what we talked about in those executive session meeting rooms all those years ago. That never happened. So we took away the good benefits and we didn't give the good salaries. So to me, this was like, you know, kind of a double hit to our workers. And at this point, it's just sad that we are at this juncture in the county where, you know, and I mean, even this proposal, which I look forward to talking about later in the meeting, you know, there was a lump sum payment is not adequate. I mean, that's the reality here. Giving somebody a bunch of money all at once is not the same as making sure that they have, I mean, think about it for ourselves. Like, you know, would you want to just get, here's, you know, a 3% of your salary, but it doesn't add on year after year. So you're not actually going to increase your salary. It's just here's money like that. No, you want a salary increase. You want a 3% increase on your salary, a 4%, a 5% increase, so that you can build on that, so that the next year you can build on that. And the next year you can build on that. And you can know that when your rent keeps going up 50%, that's not a one-time 50% rent increase. That's a, you know, that builds on itself. And the next time it's a 25% increase, but that builds on itself. And all of our expenses build on themselves. And so to have salaries that don't build on themselves, that it's just a one-time, here's your money. And to the fact that we're not actually looking out for those that have been at the organization for a long time. And I want to delve into that and understand this resolution better. But we need to make sure that those that are at the top of the pay scale are also, within their pay range, are also, seeing some movement. So all of that to say, looking forward to discussing this resolution. Really appreciate the staff for coming out. This is a big issue that we need to solve as a county. And frankly, this resolution doesn't even begin to solve it all. We have a lot more work to do. And these are discussions that this board has to address. If we want to retain workers, we have to provide better benefits. I have long advocated, and I'll say again, we need to reopen the pension system. We need to bring people back into the defined benefit plan that want to be part of the defined benefit plan. We need to reinstate retiree health care. We need to make sure that we're taking care of our workers, the people that invest their time. And we had long vesting periods for those. That's how we kept people here. It's called golden handcuffs. But we kept them here. People stayed at the organization. They worked through their retirement at Washtenaw County so that they could stay and they could retire with dignity. And they weren't making, huge sums of money, but they were making good benefits. And we need to return to that way of thinking where we are all a family. Right now, it feels very transactional. We need to all think of ourselves as a family working together to make sure that we're all looking out for each other, not just when we're working, but in our retirement as well. The last thing I'll say, not on this topic, but so again, thank you to those that came out and look forward to discussing this more later. But the last thing I'll say, it looks like Mr. Casey has departed the premises, but wanted to thank him for coming and speaking today on the issue with the 2 elected officials that did the shady switch. And, really, unfortunately, there's not a lot that the board can do. We can't terminate either of those individuals. They work for the people, theoretically. And so it is the people that must hold them accountable. And so what I would say to Mr. Casey and any other members of the public that are interested in this issue is it is your job as members of the public. It is all of our jobs to hold those 2 individuals and their chosen anointed successors accountable for the actions that they undertook. And I will, of course, myself not let up in the accountability that I feel that I've already engaged in, and I will continue to engage in. And I encourage others, members of the public, to join in that endeavor as well. What they did was despicable and is unbecoming of the roles that they hold and the legacies that they should have been able to retire with, but unfortunately now are marred with this current indignity. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Don't want to miss anybody. Who was that? Commissioner Sanders? No. Commissioner Somerville? Had the S.
You were close. Thank you. First, I just want to start off and address the comments that were made regarding one of the mini grant recommendations. I have been working very diligently with the city of Ypsilanti, the city manager, the mayor, the chief of police, in addition to the folks that live in the neighborhood, as well as Growing Hope, Fed Up, and I've also been in communication with business owners in the area to address concerns that have been raised over the last year. Despite some of the comments, the chief of police does have a plan to improve the area downtown this summer. There are things that have happened in recent years that are not great and are going to require the support of the city and the county and the neighbors to improve together. I am committed, and I've talked one-on-one with a lot of the neighbors to staying in communication and keeping an open line of communication between them and Growing Hope. I think the work that Growing Hope does for the last 20 years has been really great. They do a lot to help youth get access to the basic understanding of farming and gardening and eating fresh vegetables and fruits. But they also have, other footprints in the community that are also really great and facilitate and foster just overall wellness. And so I think things have been challenging. We are working to improve them. The county has been committed. I've been working with Administrator Dill, and I've been working with CMH. There are a lot of issues that cannot be blamed on one organization occurring. A lot of the issues in downtown Ypsilanti can be linked to inability to access mental health services, lack of access to public health, lack of access to community supports that can help people who deal with not having support systems outside of government structures. So I think it's really important to continue working together as a community. And again, the chief of police, the mayor, the city manager have been working with neighbors, working with business owners, working with Growing Hope, and I've been working with them as well as our administrative team here. So just wanted to address that. Regarding labor negotiations, at our last CMH meeting on Friday, which Commissioner LaBarre and I were both at, we supported a resolution brought forward to urge 8% increases structural across the board. That would be also for employees who are at the top. And so I am committed to getting there. I think that long-serving employees shouldn't be punished, and I would agree with the comments made about lump sums. And I do think it's very important to have structural increases for everyone. Specifically, I want to be more specific, not everyone, our union employees who have not gotten increases and who have been without a contract. And so I'm looking forward to the conversation later. And then just regarding the millage, there were comments made, and we had working session where we talked about significant changes to the ordinance, because that's one thing that we can do without impacting the ability to put something up for a renewal. And so I'm a big fan of reading the room and the situation that I'm in. And what I've gathered over the last few months of slowing down the process for this is that there are reasons why many of my colleagues want to proceed with putting this up for a renewal. And I am working towards ways to build upon work that has already been done by both CMH and the current Sheriff's Administration. We already have existing programs that are that uplift and financially support reentry housing through Avalon, also rapid rehousing, and also help rehouse people who have been victims of gun violence. If anyone attended the Violence Interruption Summit on Monday, in one of the breakout sessions, we learned about the ability to relocate families after they've been victims of gun violence out of fear of increased violence. Even after if they're in the hospital, they're worried about their family and may need to be really co-located. So those are really good ways to use the funds, and that's how they have been used. So some of the things that we can do in changes to the ordinance is just put that in writing and increase the support that the financial allocation towards those services. And then additionally, improving and increasing mental health support, both for deputies, folks inside our jail, and help amplify some of the existing programs that are in partnership with the Sheriff's Office and CMH. I mean, altogether, really we have the ability to amplify the work that has already been started, that many folks on either side of supporting the millage as is or wanting a new one, I think will walk away with an understanding that changes like that will just improve the work being done, and also redefine in the ordinance what public safety really means. And so public safety means access to housing, and it means access to adequate mental health, and it means access to support when communities have been impacted by gun violence. So I'm looking forward to continue working with my colleagues in the scope of that, of knowing what we can and can't do if we want to put this up for renewal. And I am prioritizing making changes that invest more in people. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Thank you. Commissioner Scotch, another S.
Thank you.
But there is no S at the end of my last
I
name.
was
just to be
gonna say
clear.
it. I was gonna say, Chair.
Just it rings in
No
my
S.
ears along with the
No
other
S.
impugning of my character. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me, and thank you everyone for coming who came to talk to us this evening, either through the telephone, probably nobody does that, online, or in person. I want to just further some of the support people have had about the union contracts and the resolution we have tonight on the budget work that we have to do to get to a place. I want to tell you that a legally binding, durable union contract helps promote community. It helps promote democracy at work. It actually has been shown to improve health outcomes. In fact, unions have been shown to increase democratic participation, as demonstrated here tonight. People come out to get their voice heard in a civic body. I want to see people's earning power increased, which means meaningful structural raises. I don't think the lump sums are helpful to raise people's earning potential. I think that Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Somerville touched on that. And I agree with Commissioner Robbie about the timing of the previous increases that have been instituted at the county. And quite frankly, the resolution we have before us tonight, I don't think goes far enough to address the needed increases. And I think it will increase our compression issues when I'm reading it carefully. So I will be excited to talk about it when we're at the table and see how some of my questions and ideas about this resolution can be received. I also just want to call attention to the people that came to us to talk to us tonight about our resolution on the agenda about missing and murdered Indigenous Peoples Day. I a few years ago listened in shock to what was happening in Winnipeg and Manitoba to Indigenous women. And it didn't take long for me to realize that this wasn't a Winnipeg problem and it wasn't a Canadian problem. It was a problem here as well. It is Indigenous women and girls are murdered at 10 times higher than all other ethnicities. What this is showing in our culture, unfortunately, is this continued devaluation of Indigenous lives that we want to pretend is behind us and is most certainly not. So I am proud that we have this resolution here today. I hope people are paying attention to this. I think it is this silent thing that a lot of people don't know about. So the more we can call attention to that, I hope that that helps draw people's minds to it and that something can get behind it, because murder is the third leading cause of death for Indigenous women in this country. So thank you for coming to talk to us, those of you who came out to talk to us in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else before I call on Commissioner Robbie again? I'm not just guessing. He did indicate to me that he would like to speak. Commissioner Robbie.
We've created just like a brain meld situation. Yeah. You just know I always want to talk, right? No, I just had one more thing to say. I appreciate Commissioner Scott for bringing up the missing and murdered Indigenous persons resolution. I don't know if Andrea is still here. Andrea's hiding. There she is. Just want to thank Andrea too for your work in helping to craft this. She brought this to my attention and basically sent me the language from what the state did as well on this issue. But we did make some tweaks, which I want to just, thank her for, that, you wanted to make sure that this applied to all persons, because there are, missing and murdered Indigenous persons of all genders. And that was very important for you, I think, to make sure we mentioned in this resolution. So I appreciate you for all the work that you've done on this, elevating the issue and making sure that we will always remember and activate ourselves around this issue with awareness that we, that we can all come together as a community and stand up to help find those that are missing, to help bring justice for those that were murdered, and to make sure that it doesn't keep happening. And I want to thank Jennifer too for coming out. I don't know if she's still here, but coming out and talking about the occurrence, increased occurrence around pipeline projects and the carbon economy related projects. And we have a lot of those in Michigan, as Andrea's shirt spoke to with Line 5. And there's, many attempts to build more that feel like they're always happening. And we need to make sure that we're bringing to light the fact that it's not just in other states, but also in Michigan, where a lot of those pipeline projects end up threatening, not just Indigenous lands, but also tribal, water rights, fishing rights, and lives at the same time. So that is something that we all need to keep at the forefront of our minds. And hopefully resolutions like this can build on themselves and, build to other counties. I'm glad that the state did something on it, but we need to all be aware of this. And every May 5th, hopefully, that movement does grow and more people in our state can be cognizant of what's going on. So thank you to Andrea for helping to lead on this issue as you do on so many other issues as well.
All right, anybody else for response? Nope. Okay, well, just to move us along, I would say that I'm excited for us to have the conversation about the labor resolution. I was about to say resolution, that's where that came from. I think it represents a significant amount of effort on the part of staff and conversations between commissioners and administration. And I'd like to see us moving along with negotiations, because it's taken a very long time and that's not pleasant for anybody. And we know that work needs to be done. So we're going to move us along into liaison reports. I want to give a liaison report. Commissioner LaBar, gave on us.
Thanks, Chair. We passed a resolution last meeting in celebration of a number of things, including Mitai's 22nd anniversary. I did attend on Saturday the lovely ceremony they had at the Ann Arbor District Library downtown branch. It featured a 1 hour long play about a small rural peninsula in Taiwan and dueling municipal governments, coincidentally, Chair, county and township. And it was a unique play and experience. I have in the back of my Chevy Malibu a picture, an artist rendering, a wood carving of a green dragon that is the county's, at least for the year, since this is the year of the dragon. So I will bring that in and we can find a place to hang it. But the mayor attended, as well as several of our state reps. Great event. Thank you for passing the resolution. I encourage all of you to learn about rural Taiwan whenever you can. Thank you.
Thank you for going and representing the county so well in the way that only you can. I hope to attend next year with you. Anybody else? Liaison report. Nope. Okay, I will share a couple. We had a very engaging Board of Health meeting recently. Two things came up, or two large pieces of a focus there. One of them was around the health equity work that's been going on there. We received a summary of that, and I think we'll get a presentation here very soon. And if not, then I will, encourage us to do that, because I think it's really interesting work. And then we also had a conversation about medical debt and the impact that has on people in our community. And it led me to remember something that I had heard about recently around Wayne County, working with a nonprofit that focuses on paying back people's medical debt. That wasn't the focus of the conversation. Our conversation was more along the lines of, here's what medical debt looks like in Washtenaw County and the impact it's having on people. But it made me think about Wayne County's program. They allocated a significant amount of ARPA dollars, and Wayne County got a lot more ARPA dollars than we did, just to be clear. But they allocated a significant amount to paying back medical debt for residents. So it might be something for us to look into, because it can have a really significant negative impact on people's lives and their ability to receive care. Also attended, as some of you did, Spark had their big annual meeting as well as their board meeting before that. So attended the board meeting, and it was I got something for you, Administrator Dill, since you weren't able to be there. I got something from that event for you, and it was for him. It is actually for him. And then they had the annual meeting that many of you were at as well. I would just like to point out from that, it was a great event, but point out that Washtenaw County continues to be the largest contributor to Spark among our government partners. And I think that's something for us to be very proud of, given the fantastic work that Spark has been doing to produce innovations and to keep talent here in Washtenaw County. That's good. All right. Let's see. How are people feeling? You feel like you need a break? We're gonna keep going. Yes, you want a break? Okay, if there are no objections, let's come back at 9:50. Yep, not 9. Oh, there's a request to do the administrator's report real quick here before we take a break.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the board for acknowledging policing Corrections Officers Week, including the date of the 15th. As you know, I spent 5 years over at the sheriff's office and had the great pleasure of meeting a lot of phenomenal people. It takes a special person to walk towards crises and help people, every day of the week. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work of the staff and the leadership at the sheriff's office, but also wanted to take an opportunity in this space before the room cleared to talk about Deputy Viso, who's in the room today. I know he wasn't expecting this, but as you know, he has been a regular in our space for the last month or so, and I've been incredibly impressed with his demeanor, his professionalism, and I'm elated that he keeps us safe every week. So just wanted to say thank you for that, and wanted to say it before the room emptied.
All right, very nice, thank you. And thank you again for, being here. I think there's a lot of things that happen during the meeting that people aren't always aware of that are happening, but there's a lot of work being done to keep everybody here and in the room safe.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a disruption in the space today. There was an incident happening across the street where there was a potential for evacuation. It was just a situation that we were monitoring, and we wanted to make sure that we acted accordingly. So as those things happen, we like to do things that don't panic the room, but make sure that we do everything in our power to keep everyone safe.
I try to keep spirits high, even when you're telling me we might need to evacuate, but here we are. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take roughly a 15-minute break. All right. All right, get us queued back up. All right, calling us back to order. 9:01. Everybody here? Everybody's here. Ready for a very enjoyable second quarter here? The second quarter or second half, you think? I mean, that might depend on you. You know, it's okay. Let's see. We're going to go down into special orders of business. I'm gonna make this one easier for people because we've got a number of resolutions setting public hearings. So I'm gonna read them and then somebody else can just say, I'm gonna move it. So I'd like somebody to move a resolution setting a public hearing on the pollution prevention regulation for Wednesday, May 15th, 2024.
I'll move it.
No, hold
You're
on.
reading them all.
Yeah, just let me read them all.
Okay.
All right. But thank you for your eagerness. Resolution setting a public hearing on the proposed 2024 millage rates for May 15th, 2024. And a resolution setting a public hearing on the mental health and public safety preservation millage expenditure policy ordinance for May 15th, 2024. Would somebody like to move those?
I'll move it.
All right. Is there a second? All right. Would any like to pull any of them for separate consideration? Nope. Any discussion on these? Yeah, Commissioner Somerville, discuss.
I just wanted to clarify, just in case it's confusing. We are setting the public hearing to make changes to the ordinance, and part of the reason why we don't have the other item on the agenda for the millage renewal up is so that we can do those together at both readings. So just wanted to clarify that
Yeah,
for the
thank you.
public,
So-
because it could be confusing for folks.
Yes, thank you. I meant to mention that. So there were, I know, a lot of interest around our discussion related to the ordinance and a desire among a number of commissioners that we not vote on the millage before voting on the ordinance. So given that we had to, as much as people say you guys are moving too fast, you know, we already put 5 millage on the ballot and we are delaying yet again. So we are delaying yet again for another public hearing. And tune in and join us May 15th for another public hearing on the ordinance. At that meeting, the plan would then be to have the millage on the ballot or the millage on the agenda for first reading, along with the ordinance for first reading, and then both for final reading at the following meeting, which would then, if it passes, go onto the ballot. So tune in live. All right. Any other discussion? None. Bryce, let's roll call it.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
And Commissioner Beaver.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. We got those public hearings set. So tune in. I'll remind people when you come to public hearing, well, I guess I'll say it right now. We're about to open a public hearing to receive comment on the draft 2024 annual action plan. So the way public hearing works is it's kind of like public comment, except we don't respond. And you have to keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing. I will remind you every time. So I don't want another situation in which I gotta gavel people and then everybody's uncomfortable and has a bad time. I feel bad and we're just not trying to do that. So keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing, which in this case is the draft 2024 annual action plan. Anybody to like to come participate in the public hearing? Please, not all at once. Control yourselves, audience. Is anybody online, Ashley?
No, Chair.
Well, that's it. I'm going to close the public. Oh, all right. Please keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing, which is the draft 2024 annual action plan.
Very briefly, Rita Turner Sheeran, Ann Arbor.
Thank you.
What is it? What is the draft plan? So that's my only comment. So if it's somewhere that people could look at, I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, we can't engage on that, so that's interesting. You want OCD to say something? You said what? I mean, it's published in the packet. Yeah, it's also online. You got, yep. Okay, anybody else was not expecting that one, but thank you. I'm gonna close the public hearing in a moment here. Anybody else? Close the public hearing. All right. Moving on to appointments, we have none. Consent agenda, there were no spicy communications. Bryce and I looked at them. So I would look for somebody to move the consent agenda.
Support.
Anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? Do you want to pull that one? No? Okay. Are you serious? Okay, there's a request to pull the report from the treasurer for separate consideration. Would anybody like to pull any others for separate consideration? No. Are there is there any discussion on any of the items besides report from the treasurer? Okay, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. Okay, all those pass. All right, on to report of the treasurer. Discussion on that item. No discussion on that item. Okay, it's still consent agenda item, so all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. Okay, great. All right, resolutions. Okay, so before I ask somebody to read the resolutions, I just want to draw your attention to one item really quickly. We had to put in a substitute resolution for item. There we go. It's a second read item here. Second read item on letter E. And it's the resolution ratifying the electronic grant application for the fiscal year 24 adult treatment court grant from the trial court. The position information was not included when we voted on it for first reading at our last meeting. The updated resolution, it is included. If you are using board portal, you have the updated resolution there, but all of you also have the updated resolution at your desk. So just to be clear that that is different than maybe if you looked at it earlier. So that is one item there. And with that being said, I would look for somebody to move the first reading items. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move first reading a resolution approving the final recommendation of award recipients for RFP 8586 2024 New Human Services Partnership Mini Grants from the Office of Community and Economic Development. B, a resolution to approve all formula grants received by the Office of Community and Economic Development with a fiscal year starting during the 2024 calendar year from the Office of Community and Economic Development. C, a resolution ratifying the electronic application submission to the Michigan State Court Administrative Office for the fiscal year 2024 Michigan Drug Court Grant Program from the trial court. D, a resolution ratifying the electronic application submission to the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Justice Programs, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention for the fiscal year 2024 Family Treatment Court Grant from the trial court. E, a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement contract for 1500 Stamford Road, Cheney Elementary School. F, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign a contract for the abatement and demolition of the former Cheney School upon closing and transfer of the associated property to Washtenaw County.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, excellent. Would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Sanders would like to pull A. Any others? Seeing none. Okay, so we will discuss all of them excluding A and see if is there any discussion on any of them excluding A? Commissioner Robbie.
Just to clarify the motion, it's just the first readings, right?
It's just first readings,
Okay.
correct.
Two items that I had questions on. The first one is item D, the juvenile justice for the delinquency prevention for the family treatment court grant. Is this $250,000 county match already budgeted in their lump sum?
Andrew is nodding at me in the affirmative. Would you like to, somebody want to respond to
So
that?
the courts are paying for this basically through their existing budget.
Yeah, that's correct, commissioners. There's no additional general fund contribution required for either of the, or I'm sorry, any of the court items that are on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. And then item F, the demolition contract. I just, I hope that we can, this is not necessarily specific to this project, but I'm hoping that the county is going to be willing to take, and the board is going to be willing to take a look at our, procurement policy at some point soon here just to, revisit how we do contracting like this in the future. I'm going to vote yes on this, but just want to make sure that we have the strongest possible policy to make sure that our contractors are living up to the standards of the county. Not implying that this one isn't, but this, because we're voting on this, stimulates that thought in my mind, and I think it's worthy of a discussion. I appreciate the chair for being willing to have that conversation. So
Yeah, thank you for addressing that. And I believe Commissioner Scott has already some preliminary thoughts on it. So it's one of those things that's already in motion there. So thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly say how excited I am for item E and F. We've been waiting, well, some have been waiting 20 years for this to happen. So I'm really excited that the 9 of us will be part of the Board of Commissioners that will see this project mostly through the finish line. This is going to mean a lot to many families in the east side of the county. Where the future East Side Community and Rec Center will go is going to be right in one of the deepest parts of the low opportunity index in our community. And I know I mentioned the Community Violence Intervention Summit earlier this week, but this is one of the monumental things that we can do to promote safer communities and more opportunities for youth in our county, but specifically in Ypsilanti and Superior Township. So I just want to thank the county administrator and your team and the team at YCS for helping get us here. This is a huge step, and I'm just looking forward to the day that we get to walk through the door of the new center. So thank you, especially to you, Administrator Dill.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Somerville. I echo those that I believe that we will be I know that we're going to be the board that gets this project to the finish line. Many starts and stops over the last couple of decades, but between the fantastic partnership with the right people being at the table at this federal, state, and county and local governments, we're getting the job done. And thank you too, in particular, for your work and your other role in the state legislature, working with Senator Irwin to get us much needed funds to get this project to the finish line. And to the Washtenaw County delegation, because they all voted yes and have been supporting it. So thank you all too. I know they're tuning in right now. I don't think they are. So let's go on to Commissioner Robbie.
I was just basically going to say what you just said. So I know Commissioner Somerville is thanking a lot of other people, but she deserves plenty of thanks as well for her role in helping to make this happen. I don't think it would have been possible without getting this money from the state and Senator Irwin and Representative Wilson and yourself as legislative staff for helping to make sure that this, got across the finish line. And so, kudos to you as well. I don't think you don't give kudos to yourself, but I'm giving you kudos because you were such a big part of making this happen. And there's still a lot of work to do. And I know that you're invested in getting it done. So thank you.
All right, any other comments, friends? And anybody, this is comments on anything, any of these resolutions, excluding A, which was pulled. Nope. Okay, well, it's a voice vote. So all in favor of approval of first reading for those resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? None? Great, most resolutions passed. All right, we're gonna move on to discussion now for item A, which is the new Human Services Partnership mini grants. Any discussion on those? No discussion or questions on this one? Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure to say it, and then that way it's not confusing later. I will be recusing myself from We the People Opportunity Farm. I serve on the board. I do not receive any financial benefit for being on the board, but I want to make sure that I state why I'm recusing myself now, and that way it's not confusing. And then later, I would like not to be accused of supporting money for an organization where I serve on the board. So really thrilled with all the work that We the People Opportunity Farm does. Melvin is an amazing person. We have had many great rounds of interviews who have gone through the program and are stable now in housing. Some of them have bought their own homes and learned how to drive while they were in the program with Melvin. But I unfortunately have to recuse myself from that. But I appreciate that We the People will be hopefully getting a mini grant. Thank you.
So interesting, you were aware that you had a conflict, and recuse yourself from it, as has always been our practice on this body. Excellent. Any other comments about this one? Nope. Oh, Commissioner Beaman, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I also just wanted to thank all of the organizations that are on here, but specifically Aid and Mylan, as it is a wonderful resource for those in the greater Mylan area, providing food as well as other services, including educational services, drug services. So just thank you for considering this and looking forward to the vote.
All right. I think Commissioner Robbie. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of a technical question, maybe for Tony.
Tony's there.
This is your resolution, right? Can you just remind me, this is, I think, my first time voting on these mini grants, but just remind me, what's the process for determining these?
So it's done by community reviewers. OCED staff receives the application forms, goes through the application forms that were submitted to make sure that they meet the requirements stated in the call for RFPs. If they meet the requirements, then they are given to the community reviewers. This round had quite a number of applications, so we had divided community reviewers up into two separate grants sections. They received half, another group received half. They evaluated them, scored them, and then the other half received the same information. Once that was narrowed down, evaluated, scored them, narrowed down the playing field. Then there was about a certain number that were left in the end, where there was generative conversation by the community reviewers related to why they scored the way they scored, had some conversation going back and forth, and then they voted again as to which ones they would choose to be the final 10, which were brought forth in the resolution to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, and how were the community reviewers selected?
We post on multiple community resources for individuals to be able to apply to be community reviewers. They are screened by the Human Services staff and then selected from there. They're questioned as to whether they have any conflicts of interest, as in serving on any of the boards of any of the individual organizations that applied. If so, then they could not be able to score or vote on that particular organization.
But OCD basically selects them?
From the community reviewers that apply, they are accepted unless there is an issue regarding the application.
So anybody that applies can be a community reviewer?
Potentially.
Unless they're eliminated because of a conflict or if HR says they can't do it?
That is correct.
Okay, and so you just took the full pool of people that applied and separated them into two committees?
In the NHSP mini grant program.
And is this a perennial pool of people? Like, is their job done now, or do you keep them to review future grants?
Each time we open up a grant RFP, different people have the opportunity to be the reviewers in the NHSP process. Different grant opportunities have different processes, but that was the one that was determined prior to my arrival at OCED to be how the New Human Service Partnership grant applications would be reviewed, including the high impact grants that were awarded, the safety net grants, and the last round of NHSP mini grants.
So the bottom line is this group of reviewers now
Are
has done
done.
their job, they're done, and next time there's a round, it'll be a new process.
That is correct.
My other question's technical in nature, and I don't know if you're the best person or Michelle is, but in reading the resolution, in our primary resolve, there's two resolve clauses, but in the primary resolve clause, you list the following agencies for the 1 year period. And some of the names seem to be potentially like abbreviations of the full names of the organizations. And I'm just concerned that in a resolution, it should probably have the full organization name. For example, Community Life Centers is not, when I looked up Community Life Centers, I found a really different organization. I think you're referring to the grant for Community Family Life Center, I believe. So it's not the same organization in the resolution. There is another organization in Wayne County called Community life centers. The other thing is We the People Opportunity Farm is different from the organization known as We the People, which is an organization in Michigan as well. So I just maybe could we amend this resolution between this reading and final reading to ensure that the organizational names are complete and accurate?
Everybody's trying to button.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, commissioners, we will clean that up between this reading and the final reading.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. You good now? All right, anybody else?
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders, don't go, Tony.
I don't have anything for Tony.
But you have something. Okay. It's your turn. Go.
Okay, so I would like for Growing Hope to be able to come and address us before we do the second reading on this funding, so that they can address how they will or how they are currently avoiding what the issues that they had last summer with their neighboring businesses.
Well, that is heard. Michelle is writing something. Greg is gesturing towards me.
We will make that ask. We'll try to make that ask tomorrow morning.
Anybody else? Anything? All right, well, this is a voice vote. So all in favor? No? Oh, no. Sorry, because it's we're gonna do it roll call because there's some need for abstentions, and I just wanted to be really clear to anyone out there that is deeply concerned that some of us may not know when it is appropriate to abstain or recuse ourselves from something, that Commissioner Somerville is doing so on one of these. So we will do a roll call vote, even though it is not necessary, but we will do it at my discretion. Okay, Bryce, go.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes on everything except for We the People Opportunity Farm. I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeman
Yes.
and Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Bryce. And thank you, Commissioner Somerville, for your good ethics. All right, past that one. All right, moving on to, would anybody like to move the final reading and single reading items with approval of claims? Now, hold on before you do it. So please keep in mind the exchanged resolution here for the second read on E and under the final read. And then we have the item here, the much discussed labor item. So whoever moves this, I don't want you to move that one because after we do the other ones, I'm going to look for us to go to closed session. So whoever, it's probably going to be Commissioner LeBar or Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott, are you clear with what I'm asking for here?
You're asking me to move everything but the budget item that has to do with labor.
Bingo. And just to be aware, as a reminder, that there's the substitute resolution for second read item E.
I'll make a note of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the final reading and single reading resolutions. 2A, a resolution authorizing approval to exceed the $10,000 maintenance limit, hire legal counsel, and amend the lake level order on Portage and baseline lake level district from Water Resources. B, a resolution directing the Board of Public Works to undertake a lake improvement project for Pleasant Lake in the Township of Freedom from Public Works. C, a resolution directing the Board of Public Works to undertake a lake improvement project for Whitmore Lake in the townships of Northfield and Green Oak from Public Works. D, a resolution accepting the responsibility of materials management planning as the county approval agency, CAA, and authorize the creation of a single county materials management plan from Public Works. E, the updated resolution that we have at our table and inboard portal, that is a resolution ratifying the electronic grant application for the fiscal year 2024 adult treatment court grant from the trial court. F, a resolution accepting the Laura and John Arnold Foundation grant from the Sheriff's Office. G, a resolution updating the Washtenaw County travel policy from finance. The single reading resolutions are a resolution establishing the planning and reporting expectations of the Board of Commissioners on the use of millage funds. B, a resolution proclaiming May 5th, 2024 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. C, a resolution honoring the life of Bunyan Bryant. D, a resolution honoring May 1st, 2024 as International Workers' Day. E, a resolution proclaiming the week of May 12th, 2024 through May 18th, 2024 as Police and Corrections Officers Week, and May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Washtenaw County. And 4, an approval of claims. I have
Wonderful.
left out.
You
F.
sure did. That was fantastic.
I'm smart like that.
You're excellent reader. Okay, somebody gonna second it? Thank you. All right, anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? It's a lot of them. Commissioner Robbie, what you got for us? Always wondering what you're gonna do next.
What am I gonna do next? What do we got planned? I'd like to hold for separate consideration the lake level from Water Resources, the item B from Public Works, item C from Public Works, and item D from Public Works.
Okay, I think Michelle's got all of those. You got them. You good? Okay. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if that's a thing. Is that a thing? We'll discuss this later because I expect this will happen more often. So we'll go ahead and discuss all the other ones besides the ones that Commissioner Robbie mentioned. Does anybody want to pull any other ones for separate consideration, excluding the ones that were just mentioned? No. Okay. So discussion on all of the items, excluding the ones that were just mentioned by Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say a brief quick word about May 1st, 2024 is International Workers' Day. This is Labor Day, as noted in our resolution, everywhere else in the world except for here, because people are too afraid of the association of labor and communism. But one of the things that this resolution and why May Day is International Workers' Day goes back to the 1880s with the Haymarket affair, where people were actually murdered fighting for an 8-hour workday, which is now the de facto day of work in the United States on which we base most things. So I just think it's important to remember that things so basic that we consider like an 8-hour workday, people died for us to have those rights. And there are still people dying to have workers' rights in other places of the world and maybe even places in this country as well. So I just want to note that your 8-hour workday is because people stood up and asked for what was right. That's it.
Thank you. Beautifully said. Anybody else? Hold on. You've been. I just want to, give other people an opportunity. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Just to add to what Commissioner Scott said, this is a really important resolution and very thankful to our staff team for helping to put this together. I know this was something that Commissioner Scott and I had asked for, and this is really critical. And the one thing I want to add to what Commissioner Scott just said is, that on International Workers' Day, one of the things that they do around the world, as you were kind of alluding to, is, all the people that that died, and were maimed and injured by, the authorities or by factory hired, goons, basically, Pinkerton people. We honor their lives for putting themselves in harm's way so that we, all these years later, could enjoy the things that they were fighting for. And there are many more things still left to fight for, as you were saying, not just in this country, but around the world, where people are being abused, workers are being abused, as they were in this country in the 1800s and 1900s. And so this is a resolution not just of honoring those that have died, those that put their lives on the line, but also of statement of solidarity with those workers across the world that are putting their lives on the line even as we speak, to fight for rights in their country, to make sure that they have the right to an 8-hour workday and a weekend and vacation time. And so want to thank the staff and the administrator and the chair for allowing this resolution to come forward. And I hope that we can all pass it and celebrate today, May Day, and happy International Workers' Day to us all.
That was beautifully said too. Thank you. This is just a wholesome meeting. Great. All right. And anybody else? Is that a new hand? Okay. Oh, just trying to give everybody an opportunity here. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Okay, thank you. My one last question on this list of moved resolutions is on the Trulio grant. I know that we're just approving money for this, but I know that we have somebody from the sheriff's office, I believe this time, that can maybe address some of the questions that I have.
Trulio time.
Trulio time. Oh, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
I'm just logging back into my computer. So some of my questions last time were just like going to the Trulio website, because I don't really know what Trulio is, right? You probably know better than I do, but just went to their website and was just concerned with the framing of things. So if you Google Trulio, the thing that comes up is Trulio, Celebrating Police Professionalism. And you click on that link and it says, tell your officer's true story. And the website goes on to say, for officers, Trulio tells your story with clips and reels of highly professional interactions automatically generated for your chain of command. For chiefs, improved training and celebration with Trulio's virtual FTO and virtual PIO powered by True Data. For elected officials, highlight excellent service in your community while protecting privacy. So my question is, I mean, this seems to me like this company is framing their service as a way to tell a positive story. My concern is that really the role of government to tell a positive story? I mean, should we not be documenting, preserving for public accountability purposes? I just feel like the spin that this company uses to sell its data and information, or moreover services, is to basically create positivity. Is that your understanding of the program too, or how are you guys going to use the program?
So it's used, I'm not sure exactly what was said at the last reading, but the sheriff's office averages about 10,000 body worn camera videos a month between police services and corrections personnel. What Trulio's platform does is it analyzes the audio from that body camera footage and it flags certain things that it may pick up in those videos. It can be high professionalism that was captured by the officer. It can be escalation by either the individual that they're dealing with or escalation by the officer. It could be directed profanity, either way, from the officer at the individual, the citizen, or the citizen towards the officer. So those are the things that it's flagging, and it's basically placing that audio in a queue saying, hey, I think you need to take a look at this. So when you think about 10,000 videos a month, we are probably not even reviewing 2% of those videos to be able to actually see the good work that our staff are doing and the work that probably needs to be addressed, that they could do better. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's starting to give me a better picture of things here. And so what you're saying basically is the intent for this program is to use it to help pull out the moments in the interaction that will be useful to you one way or the other, whether positive or negative?
Correct. Training opportunities we have a very young staff at the sheriff's office, but training opportunities when it comes to de-escalation, being able to communicate with people with mental health crises. We have some staff who do that really well, but they've had a lot of significant training when it comes to that. Recognizing exemplary performance by some of our staff, individualized coaching opportunities. So if we're seeing that they're doing something that maybe from an officer safety standpoint So it flags it for us, right? But then we can go back into the system, into our system, which is the Axon system, and we can watch it, seeing that, you know what, that's really not how we teach them to conduct a traffic stop. So from a safety standpoint for them or for the community, we need to have a conversation with them and correct what we're seeing.
Okay, I guess hopefully the last question is, this is maybe a smaller thing, but again, just looking at their website, their front page, right? It says, tell your officers true story. I know you're not looking at it right now, but then there's an image next to it, and it looks like a written transcript, almost like text messages back and forth of probably what is being said in the interaction. And there's like a button on here that says send officer praise with a thumbs up. What does that mean?
So the transcript is, it's transcribing the conversation that's taking place between the officer and the citizen. So it transcribes it. You see the what the citizen is communicating, and we see what the officer is communicating. If you see something that's high professionalism, the system is set up to where we could send them an immediate email saying, hey, you did really well on this.
Does it happen during the interaction or like after?
Oh, no, it would be after.
Okay.
The videos, the audio from the videos, it's not the actual videos, those get sent twice a day over to the Trulio platform. And then it analyzes them, and then it throws them into a queue. And then when the command officers come in, part of their responsibility is to log into the system, check their queues, and then go through anything that's been flagged.
Okay, that gives me some relief. When I first looked at this, their website made me think that like it was like somebody at headquarters was like sending them praise while they.
No.
Okay, all right, that maybe they should think about clarifying that on their website, but okay, so I guess this is my final question, but so how is the video of the interaction is public record?
The videos could be FOIA.
Could be FOIA. Could the transcripts be FOIA? What Trulio is producing, is that public information?
No.
as well?
And those fall off the system. So those are only on that system for a set period of time, and then they disappear. They go away. Now, there are transcripts in the Axon system. If we transcribe an interaction with a citizen, those transcriptions are there, and those are part of the documents when someone does FOIA something. I'm pretty sure that our records will transcribe it, and then they remove certain information.
So why is the Trulio? So you capture it as to like show the good interaction. So the good ones and the bad ones you pull out, and then the rest of them disappear. Is that what you're saying?
So all of the videos exist within our evidence.com system.
Right.
Which is what Axon is. All of those videos
Those are
exist there.
public record.
Yeah.
But the transcript that Trulio produces, that disappears after a certain period of time?
Correct. Yeah, that platform is completely separate.
So how is it useful then how do you then take the information that I'm having trouble, I guess, understanding so it goes to a separate system. It's saved on that separate system, but it's not public.
It's saved there for 60 days, where all it has done is flagged the video and put it into a queue saying, hey, command officer, you need to take a look at this. The video itself exists on our evidence.com system, and that's there until it drops off the system based on our retention record.
So the Trulio system isn't really producing anything.
No.
But okay, the image again on their website is confusing me because it looks like there's a transcript.
So it does transcribe the interaction, but it's not producing anything. It's like not a document of any sort. It's just transcribing that audio from it, so that when you actually go in there to review it, you can actually see what it's transcribing, what it's actually saying.
Okay. So basically the original document, which is the video, stays on the public record. And this is sort of another version of the original document, which is a transcript that they flag certain elements of for the command officer that the department can use or not use at their discretion. And then the documents after 60 days from Trulio, the documents being the transcript, disappear. But it's still been flagged. The original document is still in the system, which is the video.
Yeah, the original video
Video.
exists in evidence.com.
Yeah.
But even the audio after 60 days falls off in Trulio. So the audio is gone, the transcript is gone. It's not in that system anymore.
Does
It's-
the audio, the evidence.com doesn't keep audio?
Yeah, the evidence.com keeps the entire
Everything.
video. It's the video and the audio, and that is kept based on what the retention, the state retention, how we have it set up.
Okay. That is helpful. Thank you for sharing that. And so just want to clarify one last thing, which is the intent with this is not to like, it just from their website, it makes me really feel like they're trying to like tell the good side of law enforcement only and not tell the full story of what happens. And so I just want to make sure that it is what you said, it is the intent to pull out the good and the bad and to use the bad as learning experience as well. So I just want to make sure that that is what that's true.
That is true. And Trulio is not using it. We're using it.
Yes. And that's why I'm asking you, like, how you intend to use it, right?
Yeah, Trulio is not using it. We're using that platform because again, we're not even reviewing 1% of the videos that we average a month. So, I mean, I can give you, in the last 7 days, the Trulio system has analyzed 3,795 hours of video or audio that was processed in the system. I mean, since we've been using it, it's analyzed 60,800 hours of audio. If you start breaking that down, that would take 169 people working 40 hours a week over 9 weeks to review all of that. So again, it's like a needle in the haystack. We do random reviews through the sheriff's office. We always have since we've had evidence.com, the Axon. But I mean, you could watch a 15-minute video and everything is great in there. There's nothing from a coaching standpoint, right? Those are the things that we really want to be able to hone in on.
And
What is it that we could do better with our people, coach them, teach them how to actually de-escalate situations better?
So this is for internal training purposes, not for external.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. This has truly been very educational. Commissioner Scott, is this more?
Yeah, I have another question about Trulio and this, that just.
Should have saved my pun.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. I'll say it again. Go ahead.
Chair. I just, when you just said for, how did you just say that? Discussion purposes, however you said to have.
Training purposes.
Training, but it was something else. It was another word that flagged me. Has POAM been talked to about this software?
Yes, and actually I meet with them next week to give them a demonstration of.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's, maybe I'll just say, if there's an issue that members in POAM are having with this and things, if this is meant to create more like disciplinary procedures or that's going to impact them, I guess I'd want to hear about that. So interested how POAM feels. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. This has truly been educational. Okay, we're done with that now. Is any other questions about any of this? No more questions. On any of the other ones? Or can we vote, please? Yep. Okay, we're gonna vote on all of the items that were, except for the ones that were pulled by Commissioner Robbie earlier. This is the final and single reads, so this will be a roll call vote. Bryce, go ahead.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski. Yes. Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar. Yes. Thanks, Chair.
All right, look at that. Back in action here. All right, so Commissioner Robbie, you pulled several items. Would you like for us to consider them as a package, or do you want us to vote on each one individually?
Whatever you will.
At least for today, I'm gonna say as a package. Okay, Are there any discussion on the items that were pulled that we are now considering as a package? They were the items from the Water Resources Commissioner's Office / Public Works. Seeing none? You sure? Okay, Bryce, it's a roll call.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBlanc.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
All right. Well, look at that. That's not what I expected was going to happen, but it's nice to be surprised from time to time. Keeps things really interesting. Good. All right. Well, thank you. We will move on now. Now I would look for someone that would be so inclined to move that we go into closed session to discuss item F, the one that we have skipped over, a resolution reallocating resources for additional compensation for finance. Move us so we can talk about that in closed session. Is there a second? You just moved that. Any discussion?
Yes.
Just curious. Okay. Any discussion? Bryce, roll call.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBlanc.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Okay, so for our friends in the audience and our viewers at home, we are about to go into closed session to discuss an item. You will not be able to see us there, but then we are going to come back and have an open discussion on this item. So stay tuned, and that will be the final item besides the other things there. So we will go into closed session. This is where I wish we had music that could play for you if you're watching us via Zoom, or like a fun video about county stuff. Yeah. But we will work on that. Let's put that on our to-do list. Okay, we're gonna go now.
Well, we had fun while we were talking.
Oh, I'm sure you did. All right, well, thank you to our viewers at home for staying tuned in here. We're gonna back to order here at 11:02. It's great. We had a great time. If only you all could have been there. All right, so now we'll go ahead and I'd look for somebody to move item F. Oh, hold on. I don't think I said the right letter. Nice. Look at me. All right, any discussion about F? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. On item F, I'd like to move, I make a motion that any place where it talks about employee compensation, we amend that to say bargained for employee compensation. Support.
Any discussion on the amendment? No. All right, Bryce.
Commissioner Robbie.
Staying.
I'm gonna abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBarc.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, minute passed. Now discussion of the amended motion. Anything, friends? Commissioner LeBarc.
Appreciate the work staff has done on this on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you to staff, as always. Tremendous work went into this. Anything else from anybody? No, Bryce.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBarc.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Okay. We've done it. Onward to the next phase of our journey here. All right, well, moving on to report from the county administrator. We already did that. Report from me. I give no report. Any items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, still interested in asking somebody about the ICE policy. So still hoping to have that opportunity at a future meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will make that happen before 11 PM at some point in the near future, one would hope. Not 1 AM. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you. I'm gonna bring back also an old chestnut, DTE. I lost my power this week in the middle of the afternoon on a clear blue sky with no wind. So DTE being called to maybe account further than sending the very sweet Molly would be great. Molly's fantastic. I got no complaints. She's amazing.
Everybody likes Molly. Not today, bud. Not today. Commissioner Sanders?
I think that if we're gonna have a party with DTE, we should include telecommunications. I've asked, our higher elected officials to look into it, but the issues that we have with, internet and cable with, Xfinity and AT&T, are beyond the point where somebody needs to come and give us an explanation. Cause I know it's not just me that are having problems and getting the runaround and not being able to be in touch with them in any meaningful way. You shouldn't have to take a half a day off work to get a live person on the phone, that you can understand. So if we're gonna be inviting utilities, I think telecommunications need to be added.
All right, Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. I'll add one more to the invitation, which is consumers, as they represent parts of District 3. So if we're going to have one energy supplier at the table, I think we should have both.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie. Go ahead. Go say the S word.
Subpoena.
I hear you. It's heard. I know we will try diplomacy as always, and then maybe we will do it. Anybody else? Any other people we want to invite to the party? Enbridge. I think anything else? I was current future discussion. No. Pending items, there are none. Anybody want to move to adjourn? All in favor? All right, let's go. Well, you can stay.